Bom dia, eu me chamo Amanda Carneiro, sou curadora no Museu de Arte de São Paulo, Assis Chateaubriand, e gostaria de receber todo mundo que está nos assistindo neste seminário dedicado à artista Madge Gill. É um prazer estar com vocês esta manhã para uma
Bom
conversa
dia,
dedicada a essa
eu me chamo
artista,
Amanda Carneiro, sou curadora no
cuja,
Museu de...
cuja obra continua a desafiar muitas das categorias tradicionais da história da arte. Eu gostaria de agradecer a presença de vocês que nos acompanham aqui online, dos convidados e palestrantes que aceitaram generosamente participar deste encontro, bem como das equipes do MASP e do The Whitworth, cuja parceria tornou esse seminário possível. Eu agradeço especialmente a Anne Coxon, Jonathan Green, Sophie Dutton e Vivienne Roberts, que estarão conosco em diferentes momentos, compartilhando diferentes perspectivas sobre a trajetória e a produção de Matt Gill. Também gostaria de reconhecer o trabalho do Valentim Diakonov, com quem eu co-organizo este seminário, e de Davi Queiroz, que nos apoiou em todas as etapas de realização desse projeto, além da Laura Cozendei, que fará a mediação da mesa seguinte. Eu também gostaria de agradecer a coordenação do seminário, realizada pela Glaucia Helena de Brito, com assistência da Fernanda e da Daniela Lima pela organização deste encontro. Esse seminário ele participa de um processo de pesquisa e preparação para uma exposição dedicada a Madge Gill, que o MASP apresentará em março de 2027, seguido de uma apresentação no próprio The Whitworth, em Manchester. No MASP, essa exposição acontece no contexto de um ano inteiro dedicado às histórias da loucura e do delírio, com várias exposições monográficas de artistas que estão nesse campo de pesquisa, além de uma coletiva com o mesmo nome. Ao longo desse ano e também do próximo, com o contexto de realização dessa amostra, nós teremos a chance de refletir e debater um pouco mais sobre a obra da Madge Gill, que é uma artista nascida em 1882 em Londres e que produziu uma obra bastante singular, marcada pela repetição bem obsessiva das formas, por uma presença recorrente de figuras femininas e por uma prática que ela associava à mediunidade e ao espiritualismo. Durante muito tempo, seu trabalho foi situado à margem das narrativas canônicas da arte moderna e frequentemente enquadrado a partir de categorias como arte espírita, mediúnica, outsider ou art brut. No MASP, a gente conheceu o trabalho da Madge Gill pela apresentação que o Adriano Pedrosa fez do trabalho da artista na Bienal de Veneza, na 60ª edição de 2024, e nos parecia interessante trazer esse trabalho porque questões mais amplas nos convida a pensar sobre autoria, sobre subjetividade, sobre gênero, experiência espiritual e os limites da classificação que estruturam a história da arte, e que são temas da nossa própria coleção e temas que o museu tem abordado ao longo dos últimos anos. Eu acho que no contexto brasileiro ela tem a importância de apontar conexões e de nos fazer olhar para práticas semelhantes desde fora do nosso próprio contexto, né, para iluminar modos de ver e engajar com artistas autodidatas. Ela também nos leva a refletir como construímos valor, legitimidade e pertencimento dentro das instituições culturais, e talvez essa seja a razão ou uma das razões que torna o trabalho dela tão fascinante ainda hoje. É, essa resistência do trabalho a definições muito rígidas ou estáveis. É uma prática que ocupa simultaneamente diferentes lugares e que nos interessa por nos fazer refletir a nossa própria maneira de olhar para a arte desde o ponto de vista do MASP. Nós esperamos que esse seminário seja uma oportunidade para ampliar essas discussões, nos colocar em diálogo com diferentes abordagens críticas e contribuir para uma compreensão mais complexa da Madge Gill e do legado que ela nos deixou. Eu agradeço novamente a presença de todos vocês e desejo um excelente encontro para nós. E agora eu tenho o prazer de passar a palavra para o Valentim Diakonov, que é curador do do The Whitworth e que fará a mediação da próxima mesa. Obrigada.
Thank you so much, Amanda, and everybody, welcome to the seminar. I'm extremely happy to be part of this project and part of this seminar, and I'm looking forward to listening to all the speakers today and learning much more about Madge Gill than we knew before. And it is also my pleasure to introduce the first section of this seminar. A curious one in many respects, because we will be talking about the immaterial aspects, maybe invisible aspects of Madge Gill's practice, her connection to spiritualism, her psychological states. Without further ado, let me introduce the speakers today. And we will be starting with Vivian Roberts, who is an art historian and a curator specializing in mediumistic and visionary art. She's a former curator at the College of Psychic Studies. She has organized exhibitions exploring intersections between spiritualism and art, including Strange Things Among Us in 2021 and Creative Spirits in 2022. Her touring exhibition Transducers, Art of Visionaries, Mediums and Automatists, was presented in London and St. Ives from 2025 to 2026. Current projects include a new series of collaborative exhibitions, beginning in June 2026 with a solo show on Louise Janine. She has founded several research websites, including madgegill.com, which I urge you to consult, and is a member of the British Art Network and the Visionary Women Research Group. And she will be speaking on Madge Gill's connection to spirituality and spiritualism. Among other things, asking questions about how her work, her drawings and textiles relate the repetitive mark making and stitching to produce sensory encounters beyond vision, and how her rhythmic forms in her work invite a sonorous reading. Our second speaker in this section, Jonathan Green, is Professor of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry at the University of Manchester here, and consultant at the Royal Manchester Children's Hospital. He trained in pediatrics and then adult and child psychiatry in London and Oxford before moving to Manchester. His work has focused on early child attachment, social development, and autistic development. He is a fellow of the UK Academy of Medical Sciences. Jonathan has also been a painter since his early teenage years, studying painting in Paris and Winchester at the time from medicine. He has continued painting. I was lucky to see some of his paintings and exhibited increasingly in the last 20 years. He's the author of Form and Mental State, an interpersonal approach to painting, and other writings on art. And Jonathan here today will be tackling questions of Madge Gill's state of mind, what was the background and nature of her artistic drive and her declared mediumship, and how can we understand this for her own life, and how does this connect more generally with an art practice and tradition of visionary artwork. Each presentation will be around 30 minutes, and after that we'll have some time to discuss questions, and I welcome our viewers and listeners on YouTube to submit those questions as they come along. And now let me cede the floor to Vivian. Welcome, Vivian.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's lovely to be here. I'm just going to share my screen so we can start straight away. Okay, so hopefully you'll be able to see it now. Making sense of Madge Gill. I'm going to just really start at the beginning, just to give you an overview, because many of you might not have come across her before. So Madge Gill had a difficult childhood. She was born Maud Eads in 1882 in East London, an illegitimate child whose father's identity was a closely guarded secret, and her mother deemed incapable of coping with motherhood. As a result, Madge was placed in the care of a respected foster family. However, this photograph shows that she continued to have some contact with her natural family as well. Sadly, financial constraints led Madge in 1891 to be placed in Barnardo's, an orphanage for underprivileged children, and a few years later she was sent to Canada. She found it tough to settle there, and she returned to England in 1901 as a young woman, rejoining her foster family and finding work as a blouse machinist and then a nurse. Madge also reconnected with her birth family and married her cousin Tom Gill in 1907, after the birth of their first son, Laurie. They later had 2 more sons, but repeated childbirth complications and miscarriages left her physically weakened. In 1918, her 8-year-old son Reggie died during the flu pandemic, a devastating loss compounded by financial hardship from the war and a cancer diagnosis that led to the removal of her left eye. And amid this prolonged period of illness and grief, on March 3rd, 1920, Madge experienced a vision of Christ with angels in the sky. It was a turning point she needed that gave her life renewed purpose. It was the beginning of her lifelong gift of spirit communication that would occupy her for the next 40 years. Despite having no prior knowledge of art, it sparked an intense outpouring of creativity that flowed spontaneously from an altered state of consciousness guided by an unseen force. Initially, Madge identified this guiding force as a high priest from Babylon, and then as a feminine entity she named my inner rest, a name she didn't explain but often included as a signature on her artworks. It's been suggested the name represents my inner rest, signifying a source of comfort for her, or perhaps it's a creative force emerging from a deeper realm of consciousness within her. Some of her drawings, like the one shown here, suggest a connection to ancient Eastern times and to children, which is not surprising given the trauma that she had experienced. Adding further complexity, the photograph of Madge displayed here is inscribed with my inner rest mare, suggesting that she's actually my inner rest's mother. Madge embraced life as a medium. She began to write, speak, play piano, stitch, knit, and draw automatically. She believed her enigmatic artworks contained hidden messages that, once deciphered, would reveal the secrets of the Garden of Eden and advance human progress. And whilst this strange behaviour was a source of concern for her husband, it wasn't until 1921, coming close to death after giving birth to a stillborn daughter, that Madge needed treatment for a breakdown. She spent 3 months under the care of pioneering physician Helen Boyle, who treated her sympathetically and even sought expert analysis of her work from the Society of Psychical Research. And even though they dismissed them as being more inspirational than automatic, Madge left hospital undeterred, with her spiritual beliefs and her verve for art undiminished. Upon returning to London, Madge and her family moved in with her aunt, a fellow spiritualist, and her cousin, a passionate astrologer, who had helped establish the short-lived British College of Astrology in 1918. They joined the Theosophical Society and attended spiritualist churches, where Madge sometimes exhibited her work. Popular after the war, these societies offered comfort to the bereaved, but also challenged traditional hierarchies, such as patriarchal structures, religious dogma, and scientific empiricism. They provided spaces where women felt equal and, crucially for Madge, recognized art as a valid form of spiritual communication. Madge's artistic output ranges from large calico drawings, spanning many meters, to humble postcards of which she created thousands. She also produced kaleidoscopic embroideries and even the clothes she wore. Her work features geometric and numerous botanical forms, often intertwined with countless disembodied female faces, their staring eyes radiating a mesmerizing force. On closer inspection, esoteric symbols, cryptic words are discernible, often with astrological and biblical references, hinting at the layered complexity in her creations. This visual language is typical of mediumistic art, which emerged in the 1850s from the modern spiritualist movement, and serves as an interface between the physical and the metaphysical realms. It is art created by a person referred to as a medium, under the control of or in collaboration with discarnate entities. And originating from the spirit world, it was free from traditional constraints and inherently non-conformist. The further it pushed the boundaries of conventional art, the more otherworldly it appeared, and in this respect, Madge's art excelled. Madge's mediumistic marvels attracted press attention. Seeking expert help to interpret her work, she overcame her shyness and gave, in 1922, a newspaper interview, publicly describing herself as a medium and explaining her desire to understand the many messages that she had received as a spirit guide, from her spirit guide. This media coverage greatly broadened the audience for Madge's art. In 1923, her drawings were featured in the best-selling spiritualist book, The Spirit of Irene, and exhibited at the International Spiritualist Congress in Belgium, where they likely came to the attention of the leading spiritualist of the time, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. His interest is mentioned in the Gill family correspondence and also in Madge's own work, where his name appears on at least one drawing. A strong supporter of spirit-inspired art, Conan Doyle went on to promote exhibitions and other ventures, even establishing his own psychic bookshop and museum in London, giving an opportunity for many to experience automatic drawings and spirit photography firsthand. These gatherings highlighted art's importance in communicating esoteric ideas, and by the 1920s had become a feature of spiritualist, theosophical, anthroposophical, and psychical research events, as well as in several commercial galleries. In seeking to understand her own work, Madge may have encountered the work of spirit-inspired artists such as Hilma af Klint, Georgiana Houghton, and Anna Howitt Watts, artists whose work bears striking similarities to her own. Madge's art also shared characteristics with another form of psychical phenomena known as spirit photography. Originating in the darkened seances of the 1870s, reports of materialized spirits formed from a concentration of luminous energy known as ectoplasm, emerging from the medium's body, caused a sensation. Visible to attendees, photographs were able to catch the ghostly spectres on film. Invisible spirits were recorded too, and here the photographer employed a medium to invoke spiritual activity in the hope of capturing the sitter's deceased loved one floating ethereally in the background when the photograph was developed. If successful, it offered evidential proof that communication with the spirit world was possible. Spirit photography was a preoccupation of the spiritualist press for decades, attracting investigators such as Conan Doyle and Abraham Wallace, who were also aware of Madge's work. They formed a society devoted to its study, writing books, giving lectures, and promoting exhibitions on the subject all over England, including several near Madge. Spirit photographers like Ada Dean, known in the 1920s for her haunting armistice images of floating spiritual entities, was similar to the appearance of Madge's drawings, which also depicted disembodied faces. But it wasn't just the figurative elements that are interesting when making comparison to Madge's visual language. Psychic investigators and mediums were also using photography to demonstrate the ability to capture images of thoughts and even written messages from the spirit world. In the late 19th century, psychical researcher Hippolyte Baraduc garnered immense interest for his thoughtographs, which were widely discussed in the spiritual and theosophical periodicals. And then there was the medium Madge Donohoe, who in the 1920s created scotographs which didn't even need a camera. Instead, the glass plates were magnetized by the medium, holding them to her forehead, and when developed, they showed luminous orbs and coded messages reminiscent of the ciphers in Madge's drawings. It was evident that Madge was not alone in her unusual motifs, but tapping into the zeitgeist of her time. Ideas of psychic transmission connect Madge's work to the physicist Sir Oliver Lodge, whose theories on the ether and wireless communication resonated with esoteric thinking. For Lodge, the ether was an all-encompassing, invisible realm where the spirit world existed and where our minds could interact psychically, ideas embraced by spiritualists and theosophists as scientific validation of their own beliefs. Madge's drawing, like the self-portrait shown here, reflect this etheric concept. She places herself in the borderland between the material and the immaterial realms, surrounded by the impenetrable ether, and the name of her spirit guide, my inneress, situated in the etheric matrix. Madge's drawings depicting the tuning in to the transmissions from other realms, like a kind of psychic radio, reflect her engagement with scientific innovation. Like other spiritualist artists, she often uses the forehead or the third eye to signal clairvoyant reception. Mediumistic art here is not mimetic, but communicative. The artists act as a conduit, receiving, decoding, and transmitting sensations and energies shown through the artwork, which functions as a trace of somatic experience, involving both feeling and seeing, or in psychic terms, clairsentience and clairvoyance. Artistic production is therefore grounded in bodily experience, and it's through the body's capacity to feel rather than see that the unseen world becomes materially present. Within this context, automatic drawing can be understood not simply as attempts to depict the unseen, but as efforts to materialize its felt presence, its felt experience. In other words, these works do not begin with I see and therefore I draw, but closer to I feel, I want to transmit this feeling, and therefore I give it form. Madge also held in high esteem wireless telegraphy pioneer Marconi. Embedded in her drawings were coded messages akin to a spiritual telegraph, and from early on in her creativity, the words wireless and Marconi appear in many of her drawings. And with this central drawing, Radio King, I think it sums up her sentiment perfectly. Many of her works also include references to the planet Mars, such as this one from 1925. It was no secret that Marconi suggested that his wireless technology might one day enable communication with the planet, something that Madge also felt she could achieve through her drawings. The idea of life on Mars had captured the public imagination ever since the astronomer Schiaparelli observed what appeared to be channels of the planet in 1877. French astronomer, theosophist, and psychical researcher Camille Flammarion further fueled this fascination with his writings about journeys to other planets. Flammarion became president of the Society of Psychical Research in 1922 and was evidently admired by Madge, who inscribed the words Flammarion, mon cher ami, on one of her large calico drawings. Once again, she is reflecting cultural currents of her time. Whether influenced by Marconi, by Flammarion, or perhaps tapping into the collective consciousness of the era, Madge's art from the 1920s and 30s overflowed with astrological references, which is evident in its titles such as My Inneress Mars and Astralasia. During this period, Madge exhibited regularly at the Whitechapel Gallery, where her mystical textiles and long calico drawings attracted favourable press attention. They were described in 1937 by the Popular Prediction magazine as the work of London's most noteworthy practitioner. They particularly admired her success at transposing her experiences of heightened perception into visual form. And Madge's correspondent described seeing waves and colours illuminating materials while she worked, reinforcing her attunement to clairvoyant sensitivity. And from this perspective, the abstract forms in her work can be read as visualizations of unseen forces, such as auric flows and electromagnetic or etheric energies. Unwittingly, but importantly, she has placed herself at the intersection of spiritual, scientific, and modern art experimentation. At the turn of the century, theosophists drew on new scientific and mathematical ideas to complement their own explorations into pushing the boundaries of the invisible world. Lodge's theories on the ether and William Röntgen's discovery of X-rays were embraced as evidence of unseen forces. Mathematicians Charles Howard Hinton and Alicia Ball developed theories of fourth dimension geometry, including the concept of the hypercube or the tesseract, later linked by theosophists to the existence of an astral plane. There were also experiments in sound and form, and most notably with the singer Margaret Watts Hughes's voice figures that revealed intricate geometric patterns generated by the vibrations of her voice. And the architect Frederick Bly Bond, who produced harmonograph drawings using pendulum systems, interpreted them as manifestations of fourth dimensional metaphysical forms. All of these early pioneers working with oscillating emanations, cymatics, and the fourth dimension were discussed in the theosophical periodicals, and in particular they were influential for leading theosophist Annie Besant. Her research with Charles Leadbeater concentrated on the visual appearance of the ordinarily invisible, including thoughts, auras, music, and even the atom. Observing these forms clairvoyantly, they enlisted artists to illustrate their findings, resulting in several visually rich and impactful publications, such as thought forms. The potential for making the invisible visible was recognized by Besant in 1895, when she delivered an address called "The Future Awaits Us." In it, she predicted that the latest esoteric and scientific discoveries would inspire a new generation of artists, stating that even down in the physical world, the canvas of the painter would glow with the beauties of the astral. Besant's prophecy was right, and soon the spiritual became a major influence on the birth of modern abstraction, with two examples here shown by Kandinsky. He was not alone in bridging the worldly and the otherworldly, which became the drive for many artists at that time. And I've also included an artwork from decades later by Ethel Cahoon of her fourth dimensional tesseract, showing the enduring impact that these early theories into the invisible had. We can also view Madge's work through the lens of these scientists and esotericists. Her vast calico works, brimming with quasi-architectural forms of all shapes, suspended directionless, lend themselves to the idea of an expansive etheric space containing consciousness, or possibly she's showing us a higher plane of a fourth dimension, which is hinted at with her use of the word cubic, akin to the hypercube or the tesseract form. Her works can also be seen as unfurling and harmonious sound forms flowing meter after meter like a beautiful symphony of the spheres. The work music, as seen in the image here, frequently appears in her drawings, indicating that this might be the case. From the very beginning of her spiritual awakening, Madge Gill felt deeply drawn to music. She often sang and spent hours listening to her son play improvisations on the piano while she sat drawing in semi-darkness. It's entirely possible she was attuned to the sonorous vibrations all around her and, akin to a synesthetic experience, clairvoyantly or clairaudiently perceived the forms that these sounds created. Madge wouldn't be the first in this regard. It's well documented that depicting music visually was, and still is, a preoccupation of many artists, often tying it with their ideas of the spiritual. And shown here with a drawing by Madge are the works of Kupka, Kandinsky, Rossolo, Delaunay, and Agnes Pelton. There's also Churlionis and Pamela Coleman-Smith, who described their creative process as a synesthetic experience, where they could see sound. We can also align Madge to the avant-garde explorations of altered perception and creativity through the experiments in the 1920s by the psychologist Heinrich Kluwer, who conducted groundbreaking experiments with the hallucinogenic drug mescaline. Kluwer identified recurring form constants in his hallucinatory states, geometric patterns like spirals and tunnels, cobwebs, lattices, and cones, which came together in intricate designs, and all of which appear in Madge's work. These patterns are now understood to arise in various altered states, including scrying, hypnagogia, near-death experiences, and synesthesia, offering another possible framework for interpreting the visual language in her art. Another group of artists like the Surrealists, led by Andrew Breton, who had long admired automatic prowess of mediumistic creativity, which he discussed in his article Le Message Automatique in 1933. Madge had come to the attention of the British Surrealists not long after the seminal International Surrealist Exhibition in London in 1936, and in his autobiography Indigo Days, Julian Trevelyan, whose work was included in that exhibition, recalled meeting Madge as part of his role in the Mass Observation Project, and he said, "We visited the family in their little house. They stood on chairs, winding and unwinding mystic scrolls and banners for us to see. They also showed us boxes of unstamped postcards on which she had drawn in coloured inks dark, organic, abstract designs, reminiscent at times of the humpback monsters of Miro or the prodigal nightmares of Ernst. Others suggested Aubrey Beardsley girls. and substitute the subconscious for her other world, and her work fitted neatly into the tenets of orthodox surrealism. Trevelyan recognized that from a surrealist point of view, that Madge's automatism in drawing and writing left an impressive mark. She was later invited by him to appear in several exhibitions in London, and akin to the ideas behind the mass observation project, which reported on the activities and opinions of the man on the street, the exhibitions in the late 30s and early 40s showed art from everyday people. They Paint Their Own Lives was the title of one, and included a large 60-foot work by Madge. And it can be traced to this point that Madge began her journey into what was to become known as outsider art. Madge's reputation as a major figure in British outsider art was established posthumously in 1968 when John de Buffet acquired over 100 of her works for his collection de l'Art Brut, interpreting her spiritual claims as a response to her humble social background. In his view, artists in such circumstances often felt unentitled to claim the role of artist, and instead attributed their work to a spirit guide, providing a convenient proxy to sidestep them being recognized as the original creator. This framing was reinforced by Roger Cardinal, whose Outsider Art book, published in 1972, and his 1979 Hayward Gallery exhibition, define outsider art. And also by Germaine Greer, who positioned Madge within the discussions of feminine and outsider creativity in her book, The Obstacle Race. Greer thought Madge drew upon commercial archetypes of womanhood, inspired by imagery from women's magazines, and she found unsettling the relentless and anxious proliferation of forms without content that compulsively filled the picture plane. More recently, Katie Hessel, in her book The Story of Art Without Men, places Madge within a broader history of women working beyond the mainstream, who channel their visionary experiences into playful and obsessive creative practices. But overall, debates around Madge have long focused on how labeling her as an outsider risks shifting attention from the work itself, or as Roger Cardinal says, to label stresses the eccentricity or oddness of their maker and tends to divert attention from aesthetic impact onto biographies. Madge's steadfast status as a leading outsider artist has overshadowed the mystical interpretation of her work that was prominent during her lifetime. And had that perspective remained central, her work might have been more directly compared with trained spirit-inspired artists such as Hilma af Klint. Both Gill and af Klint were deeply engaged with spiritualism and theosophy and believed their art served a profound spiritual purpose and conveyed messages from beyond, as well as revealing hidden cosmic truths. And this divide between the two artists was reflected in curator Maurice Tuchman's influential LACMA exhibitions, The Spiritual in Art in 1987 and Parallel Visions in 1992, which positioned artists like af Klint within a spiritual abstraction lineage and Madge among the compulsive visionary makers whose work was seen as instinctive, acultural, and untrained. The Spiritual in Art undoubtedly paved the way for a deep appreciation of af Klint, which shone a light on other historically overlooked women artists such as Georgiana Houghton, Agnes Pelton, and Emma Kunz. The significant momentum behind the interest in these women is fueled also because women are the predominant practitioners in this genre, and the art world is increasingly addressing the historical inequality women artists have faced within a patriarchal system. There's also a growing interest in the spiritual in general, fueled by the world grappling with climate change, war, pandemics, where the future often feels uncertain and bleak. In a relatively short period, their art has garnered immense interest from curators, collectors, scholars, and the public, with recent exhibitions attracting record-breaking audiences. And Madge Gill deserves recognition within the ongoing rewriting of art history as a significant contributor to the mediumistic and visionary art genre. Alongside other visionary women artists, her work demonstrates the power of creativity to widen perception and transcend social constraints, challenging their exclusion from a traditional patriarchal art world. And as these histories are increasingly reassessed, Madge has an important place within that narrative. First created in 1920 in the aftermath of war, pandemic, and uncertainty, Madge's work still resonates today. Her largest surviving piece, shown here, was made in the domestic domain, amidst the humdrum of family life, using materials that were readily available. And yet it opens a portal into an expansive metaphysical world, a world in which she made her own. Even during the bombing raids and the personal hardships, she continued to produce these epic works, showing resilience and creative tenacity. Her art suggests both a message of peace and an escape from social limitations, fulfilling in a small way the wish that had she been a man, she might have become a botanist and free to explore whatever she wanted. Mediumship was not an easy path for women who throughout its history were repeatedly challenged by political suspicion, accusations of fraud, and claims of mental instability. In Madge's time, archaic laws and social attitudes still prevailed and made mediums particularly vulnerable. The mediums and the astrologers who worked professionally risked prosecution under the outdated laws such as the Witchcraft Act and also the Vagrancy Act, facing fines or even imprisonment if accused of fraud by a disgruntled client. The most famous case was Helen Duncan, who was jailed for 9 months in 1944. Madge avoided this threat by keeping her seances private, and when she did advertise her services for writing horoscopes, she used the pseudonym Calmastra. Making money from this gift was not a primary concern for her, demonstrated by the refusal to sell her work. Madge Gill's work conveys a powerful sense of resilience and feminine strength. Her recurring female faces can be read as embodiments of the priestess, the sibyl, the healer, the goddess, the seeress, and the medium, figures associated with wisdom, intuition, and spiritual authority. They evoke traditions in which women held positions of knowledge and influence and continue to resonate today as symbols of female empowerment. Their direct gaze and commanding presence challenge viewers to question assumptions, embrace change, and reconsider limitations of their perceptions. Perhaps this enduring message of strength, insight, and transformation is Madge Gill's greatest legacy. And if that's the case, then her art makes total sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vivian, for this insightful and very wide-ranging presentation. I think the way you put Madge Gill in context of technology and beliefs and belief systems and, you know, the state of law in the era is absolutely astounding. Thank you so much. Well, yeah, we'll have many questions, of course. But now I'm turning over to Jonathan. Jonathan, please.
Thank you, Valentin. Is that okay? Can you see the slides
Yes.
well? Yeah. Thanks so much for this invitation, and it was tremendous, I must say, to hear Vivian's account just now. I'm going to provide something I hope sort of complementary to what she's talked about from the perspective of my own experience as a psychiatrist, child psychiatrist, and as a painter as well. And I'm going to approach Madge Gill's, what I'm calling her states of mind. So I start with the first state of mind, as I call it, in this phase of her life from 1918 to 22, which I'm calling falling apart. And it really coincides, as Vivian has already indicated, with a period of physical and mental health crisis and breakdown from about 1918, when she was in her late 30s. And there are a number of circumstances related to this, which I've just outlined here, which are associations rather than cause, but they seem to give a good context. So her mum, Emma, who I'll talk more about in a minute, died in 1913. And in 1917, her husband, Tom, was called up to fight in the Great War. And in 1918, as Vivian already indicated, her son Reggie died from a flu pandemic. He was about, I think, 9 years old, if I remember. But she lost also other family members during this terrible period for society. And Tom, when he came back on leave from the war, was concerned about Madge's mental health at this time and continued to be so over the next few years. Then in 1919-20, there was a series of physical traumas and sufferings. She had to have all her teeth removed from a septic condition. And in 1920, as Vivian alluded to, her left eye was removed due to an assumed cancer. And you'll see in this picture here, there's an indication of her left eyes having been removed at this time. And then in 21, she had a late stillbirth, very late, just before her due date. And she'd had many miscarriages before. And she was severely ill after this time, both physically and mentally. And one could say possibly she had a postpartum psychosis. And Tom, this really led Tom to seek psychiatric help for Madge around this time. And as Vivian alluded to, in the beginning of the year after, in 1922, she had an admission to a clinic under Dr. Helen Byrne, and I'll talk a little bit more about this. And at this time, she was described by Dr. Byrne as being cheerful, creative, seeing visions and hearing voices, and impressing everyone with her glossolalia, that is, speaking in tongues, which she did very fluently, her storytelling, and her creative art. So if we go back in time a little bit to think about, from my perspective, some of the things that stand out from her history. The first thing I just want to paint for you, or remind you of, or bring to mind, is the extraordinary time this was in the world after the First War, and then this Spanish flu pandemic, which swept along with all the migration and displacement of peoples at this time, including armies, and in fact that killed more people than the Great War itself, which is often not so much talked about. And I must say, very little talked about, I think, in the writing on art history generally. So this was the environment at this time for her and her family. Then we go back into her birth family, and her mother, as Vivian said, was described, basically had a child out of wedlock with possibly incestuously with her brother, or perhaps with her first cousin. But in any case, perhaps scandalously for this period. And her mum was described as simple and unable to care for the child. And the child was fostered out, as Vivian described, with a foster carer and paid for by the family. And you'll see the picture up there on the left of her grandfather with Madge a little older. And Vivian's right to say that, you know, even though the fostering, she had contact with her birth family. This mum's state of mind, or her mother's condition as being, quote, simple and unable to parent, is interesting and intriguing. And you know, we don't know how much this was actually due to a condition that her mother may have had, or it may be just a convenient explanation from the family to outsource the child and save scandal. But at any rate, it led to a theme of ostracism for Madge. I think it's fair to infer from the family system with her fostering, although I think her foster experience was relatively positive as far as I can see, and she did have some family contact, and then to Barnardo's, and then transported to Canada along with a scheme that Barnardo's had with the government of Canada when she was 9, And again, perhaps some positive experiences there, actually, even though there was this ostracism and displacement. So I want to highlight the sense of ostracism, both from her family and her country, that she had as a young child and teenager. Then I want to highlight her resilience and her resolve and her residual attachments, emotional attachments and connectedness, because it took quite a lot for a young woman like her to get her earn her passage and get back to the UK, which she did in 1900 as a late teenager, and that required, it was not a normal thing to do, I understand. So this required her to be really resolute, and she wanted to get back to her foster parents and then with her aunt, Katie Gill. So I take this as evidence of her connectedness, emotional connectedness to her family. And then, of course, she became pregnant herself by a cousin in a way that repeated her mum's history, and she married him in 1907. So these are some of the themes that I think are present in her life. Now, what any individual makes of such themes is, of course, a matter for their lived experience and their being in the world. So these are not deterministic, these are just facts of experience. Then her second state of mind that I want to bring us to is her visioning, as I've called it, in around 1919 or 20, when she was in the middle of this mental health crisis that she had over a number of years. And this is the famous moment in 1920, which is described in her biographies, when she, and this is described, I think, by a family member, but it's also something similar as described by Dr. Byrne in her case notes. Her present inspiration came suddenly, nothing like it before, although actually, in parentheses, I think she had had visions before over time. In the middle of the morning, was singing Home Sweet Home while doing housework. She sang it as never before, could be heard all in the street. To prove that this was inspired, it came to her that if she went out and looked up, she would see the clouds part and see Christ on the cross and angels in the sky. She went out and saw it and pointed it to her two boys. So this is a famous moment for her life, and it is in the immediate aftermath of her physical illness and the loss of her left eye. But as Vivian's vividly recounted, you know, the context of spiritualism in the community, but also in her family background at this time, and her cousin, her aunt Katie Gill, who she came back to stay with, was a spiritualist. So the nature of this vision and the dynamics of it, from my perspective, are all informed by that. And we can see it in psychological terms as a moment or a phase of dissociated experience or a manic episode where there is this elevated elation, if you like, which is described in this text here, and then a confirmatory meaning sense that comes out of the elation. So it's the elation is first, this sense that she was singing Home Sweet Home, and then she came out to see this illusion, if one could put it like that, in psychological terms, in the sky, of Christ on the cross and angels in the sky. And I take this to have been certainly probably an expression of her psychic crisis at this time, her physical and psychic crisis, but also a moment of release into a sense of agency and a sense of meaning making. So I see this visioning as a pivot for her, not a one-off event, but as a process over time, which pivoted her into something, as we'll see, much kind of healthier. So her third state of mind then I'll appeal to is this sense of healing. And she had this period in a clinic in the south of England, in Hove, in the south coast of England in 1922, a 3-month period, as Vivian described, with this psychiatrist called Helen Byrne, who's an interesting person, very progressive for her time, and became quite an eminent psychiatrist, in fact, later on in her career. But she met Madge clearly after Tom had sought help, was impressed by her, and felt that it would be helpful for Madge to spend some time with her in this clinic that she had set up on the South Coast, which was run on very progressive mental health lines, and was what we came later in the profession to think about as true asylum, in the sort of fundamental meaning of the word, a place of safety where one could recover one's mental health. And here she was for not actually very long. And that suggests to me that her mental illness, if one can put it like that, such as it was not very severe or long-lasting. It provided a crisis from which she was able to emerge with attention and understanding from Dr. Byrne and the staff in the clinic, and crucially, the encouragement for her to make sense of her experience and to express it in her writing, which is the first thing she started to do, and in visual art. And so she began to write compulsively, furiously, channeling Jewish and Egyptian texts along with her glossolalia. And she started making these images. And I show here on the left what I think is an extraordinary image that she produced at that time, which she called the Mummy's Cave in the Garden of Eden, and clearly has some resonance with evoking spirits from the dead, memories from the dead, and an expression perhaps of loss and recovery from her side. And these images she started to make in just the same furious way as she had done with the writings. And here are some of the other images of the figures that she started to produce at this time. And you saw others actually in Vivian's talk. And then they morphed, obviously later, into these kind of images that'll be well known to you from her production in the 20s and afterwards. And you can see how there's a lineage in these images and how they're embedded in the ground of the work from those early images of the Mummy's Cave, as she called it, during that time in Dr. Byrne's clinic. So that was a period of healing and direction and finding a path for herself. And the next state of mind then that I want to bring to us is this state of mediumship, as she thought of it, certainly for herself, and channeling, as we might also think of it. I want to just spend a little time thinking about these states, which I think in themselves are fascinating, important, and central to so much art production. And one can think of channeling as a kind of social release, a social communication. And this quote from an autistic colleague of mine talking about the agony of not being able to bring one's gift to others and the deep harm that it does. And by contrast, the release of finding a way of channeling oneself into the social world. And we've seen, and Vivian described how Madge was able to do this in subsequent decades. And this was a social valorization. You know, she was able to locate herself in the social world. She exhibited, as we heard, and she could locate herself both in the general social world, and clearly in the world of spiritualists, that with whom she obviously deeply identified. So this kind of social valorization and social embeddedness is, of course, a key component to mental health for anyone, for all of us. And it was one of the things that I would say she clearly found to enable her to come out of the period of falling apartness and crisis that she had experienced during the latter war years. So that sense of channeling as a social release seems important generally to me, and clearly was for her. And then this idea of channeling as mediumistic and the spiritualism context for her as a meaning frame. And Vivian has talked vividly about this in her talk. And I have no expertise in this area, but you heard it very clearly from her. And this sort of figure that she felt that she was channeling, this my inner rest, who we heard was initially an Egyptian sort of male priest-like figure, and then became transferred into clearly a female avatar type figure for her that she channeled. And she accounted for her production as simply channeling this minoress figure into her artwork in a kind of trance state. So this mediumistic channeling was clearly central to her idea and was completely consistent with the spiritualist worldview and the zeitgeist, that spiritualist zeitgeist of the time, again locating her practice in that cultural context. And then I want to talk about channeling as a flow state. We've become very familiar with this notion of flow states in recent decades. Flow states in all sorts of contexts, of athletes, of people doing work, or all sorts of mountaineers, all sorts of activities when one enters into this psychological state of flow. And actually the idea of this was first put forward in a book by a completely unpronounceable guy, so I won't even try, even in a flow state. In 1990, so a long time ago now, this sense of immersion, when the integration of the sensory world falls deeply into line with one's flow of attention. And I think we'll all be familiar with flow states of this kind to a greater or lesser extent. This sense of absorption, when a skilled activity links into time and space in a way that focuses meaning and productivity in a sense, and this is an important point that I want to make, that seems beyond ourselves. And artists often talk about this, artists of all kinds talk about this kind of flow state in their own production, this sense of being beyond it, being beyond the ego, beyond the self, that one's channeling something greater and broader through oneself in the production, almost in an automatic, trance-like way. This is a very, as we all know, very common way that musicians, artists, all sorts of people talk about this. And in cognitive science, recently, this kind of notion has been taken into the idea of what's called the 4E mind that you may be interested in. I mean, this is a sense of mind that is not a Cartesian mind that is separate from the body and separate unto itself, but a mind that's embodied in the body. It's embedded in an action or an environment. It's enacted in what we do, how we are, how we be in the world. And it's crucially extended in the sense that the mind is shared and the mental contents are shared as we interact in this kind of flow state with the broader social community of human beings. So it shades into the idea of an extended group mind. And these are characteristics of flow state, artistic channeling that I think are common across artistic production, and in the end link us as artists, producing artists, with a broader cultural realm that flows through us and then out into the social world of people hearing or watching the work that one produces. And in that sense, this idea of mediumship, I think, extends way beyond people who identify as spiritualists or have spiritualist experience. And certainly, relates to drug experience too, but this is an accessible experience, I think, for many, many of us. So in that state of mind, Madge really accelerated her production with, it seems, increasing confidence and range and scale, as we saw. And just to think a little bit about the iconography of what she produced, and I'm going to talk about it in terms of figure and ground, and in relation to mental state. So her faces, which are such a characteristic feature of her production and what people recognize, have this kind of initially quite stereotypical quality, a repetitive, quite compulsive, stereotypical production with rather similar kind of features and means of producing of facial features, which seem to sort of relate to fashion iconography and could seem somewhat kind of stereotyped in a sense from that. And she produced, as Vivian said, hundreds of these little postcards of, and this seems to be, to me anyway, fashion of the flapper generation. These are the 20s, of people who remember that period after the war of a particular kind of fashion kind of style. But of course, as you look more at her work, I think these faces, even though they have similar means of producing them, have all sorts of subtle, nuanced characteristics and a variety of expression and detail in them. And what comes across to me looking at her work, as insofar as I've been able to see, not a huge amount of it, is the variety, yes, but the repetition and insistence, the sort of played out presence of these figures as she produces them, one could say compulsively in the work as she produces it across time and space. And for what it's worth, I think I would locate this, to my eyes, as an inner sense of young self. This seems to me it's herself that she is reproducing here and playing out and constantly putting forward into the work. Perhaps, and I link this to her early ostracism, a sense of recovering herself and putting it down, and the need to process a way of doing that to recover her inner self. But of course, there are touch points, and Vivian talked about this in much more detail with other mainstream art of the time, in its kind of iconography and means of production, the linear style. And then the ground, which is such a fascinating feature of her work, this maze-like, again, repetitive maze-like structure that she produces with all sorts of visual illusions, etc., embedded in it, but with a beautiful touch. When one looks closely, as in the top left, a lovely touch of hand in the way that she produces the work. And then there are these repeated iconography of a journey to the cross, through a tunnel or down the stairs, through a passageway. And she used this as a sort of signature, visual signature statement. And I think it related to her, I think I understand her iconography of Revelation and Second Coming, the way that as she produced this work, it would then help to produce the conditions for a revelation and second coming in the world. But it also, of course, links to a lot of the production of trance and automatic writing and surrealism that Vivian again talked about. And her decorative capacity, which seems to me, marvelously varied in comparison with a lot of her, alongside a lot of her other drawing work, and links to the tradition of spiritualism and automatic writing, as Vivian again alluded to. And I like this little montage here. So here's Madge in the middle with one of the dresses that she made for herself. And on the left, a production from the Omega workshop around the same time. And then Sonia Delaunay, who's basically her contemporary in age terms, who produced the Orphism art movement with Robert Husband and these wonderful fashion productions in the 30s and 40s. And there are reads across here from other productions of the time. So all in all, by any measure, I would suggest, and not just me, a real achievement, and an art practice which has, like so many art practices, a central compulsive quality of meaning making. In her terms, I would see it as a quality of process, of mediumship, of meditation, of trance, which, as she sometimes said, this work keeps bad thoughts at bay for her, as it does in much art practice. There is no sense that I have from reading about her of an ongoing mental illness or further breakdown after 1922. And I think this art practice is a manifestation of health more than anything else. And she did regular exhibitions, keen to show but not sell. And then this Wallace Collection show that Vivian alluded to, where she was in the context of some of the greats of her time. And one thing that really impressed me about the descriptions of this show were, one, the size of what she did, but also she put a price on it this time. And these prices that she put on it were hugely inflated compared with the prices of the other artists, including Henry Moore and Jack Yates, etc. So here's an example, it seems to me, of her confidence, her personhood, her health, and her ambition, and a real achievement. And she had many touch points with art history and journalism, while remaining at some level, one could say, an outsider in terms of her training and her mingling. But as Vivian suggested, these are contested terms when you think of someone like her and how she lived her life. So in the end, I come to think of this life and this art career as an emblematic story in some ways of how breakdown can be breakthrough, the opportunities as well as the griefs of illness and loss, and the power, which is good for someone like me to read about, the power of good psychiatry to support healing and growth, and how actually Helen Byrne followed her up after she'd left the clinic and kept in touch for quite a long time, I believe, which is also a lovely thing. So the power of illness to provide new ways of meaning frame. You could understand an illness as a breakdown of meaning, and then the recovery and the vision of a reawakening or reconstituting of a different kind of meaning. And in Madge's case, this was through spiritual practice, and a recovery through, and a sustained recovery through art practice. I've described the channeling and flow states and the social valorization that came with her acceptance of her art, and the size and confidence in relation to the 1942 show. And here at the end of her life, in the 50s, she wrote, "I've nearly done 200 pictures, which seems a story in itself. It's 35 years ago when I started the work, and here I am with it, still unsolved." What was unsolved? Well, I think many artists would say this. You know, the practice of art is the process of art, not the production of art. It's the end in itself. It's the means, and it's the practice and the process, and that remains an open activity. And perhaps also to the extent that her practice was a kind of reparation of loss and ostracism early on in her life, that couldn't be solved, but it could be lived with in a creative and productive way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan, for this very careful reconstruction, historical reconstruction of a person's psychological journey. Lots of questions I have personally. Some questions our colleagues from Sao Paulo also have. But I would probably invite you, Viviane and Jonathan, maybe if you have questions to each other after your respective presentations, maybe you want to start off with questioning, you know, in dialogue with your viewpoints.
I just think from my point of view, I don't have a question, but what it is really lovely to hear from somebody with Jonathan's expertise is the professional outlook of what Madge was going through, and particularly of what you said about, you know, she didn't have to have any more treatment and how art became that treatment, I think is really lovely. And it's an area that is kind of missing on a lot of the writing on Madge, this sort of like what happened after, because a lot of people focus on that early bit and the trauma, but not talk about what it means from a scientific point of view, from a psychological point of view later on. So I thought that was really interesting. So thank you.
Thanks, Vivian. I think reciprocally from my side, it was actually fascinating to hear. I don't know a lot of the depth of what you were talking about. Very interesting to hear, but I've always been super interested in the first couple of decades of the century, the emergence of visual abstraction and modernism, and the part that the spiritual zeitgeist played in that. And I'm very personally very interested in Fauvism, Franz Marc, and Kandinsky and Gabriel Munter, and that period also involving Matisse, actually around the time of just the beginning of the First World War, when Kandinsky wrote Towards a Spiritual in Art, and all of this that you talked about with Besant and Charles Leadbitter seems so relevant for how they were able to envisage a breakthrough. And in terms of modernist abstracted visual art, and I wondered if you had more to say on that, particularly around those well-known artists, and how much you thought that they sort of dipped in and out, a bit like André Breton, who you mentioned, you know, from a surrealist point of view, who reconstituted this in relation to unconscious drives rather than spiritual channeling. How you thought that these mainstream artists, if I could put them like that, sort of dipped in and out of this world, and how close you think the interchange was?
I think it was really close, and it's interesting because when you look at the mediumistic artists, they weren't not necessarily aware of the mainstream artists, but they were both aware of the esoteric currents with, say, Besant, for example. So it's interesting that they were coming up with sometimes very similar images, but they were running a parallel. And I thought that was really interesting. So there was a lot of validation going on with some of the mediums saying, well, look at that. We've been doing that for X amount of decades, like someone like Georgiana Houghton would be. But if you do look at the mainstream artists, there was absolutely so much conversation about it in different countries, in America, in England, and in France and others. And they would have been talking, you know, Kandinsky would have been aware of Leonis, for example. And then in France, you would have had the Delaunay's talking to Kupka, and it goes on. There was such a lot of this salon conversation. And you find references a lot to the great sort of spiritual leaders at that time, say Besant or Blavatsky, Steiner. In the Scandi countries, there was a man called Pekka Örvast. So you get all of these, that they're reading their books, the books are being translated, and so you're seeing. And sometimes that you see in someone's like the kind of notebooks of, say, Kandinsky, there's references to, for example, a book that he's read, and when you look at the book, there's a whole chapter on Margaret Watts Hughes without her name being mentioned. So they're being influenced sometimes by, but they're not sure of where that idea came from. And then you look at others and you kind of see that the fourth dimension is started to be mentioned a lot more. Gurdjieff comes in at that point, Ouspensky. So there's so much of it. And I think that it would have been hard for those mainstream modern artists not to have read about or be influenced by it at that point, because it was so prevalent. And that's why that book, The Lakma, The Spiritual in Art, is really like a Bible for this, because it mentions so much of that. It goes through it quite well, and the artists that were involved. It misses a few artists out, of course, but like Madge.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for this. I think I'll start with the questions to Vivian, as she was first to present. And I'm very curious, listening to your presentation, about the evolution of understanding of Madge's art. What I mean is, for Julian Trevelyan, as you mentioned, her art, and pardon me if I'm not quoting this correctly, folds into surrealist concerns. But then, several decades later, it becomes part of this sectioned off group of artists, the outsider artists. What do you think happened during this period when, at the start, for surrealists, Madge was an equal, right? Somebody they took very seriously and kind of addressed and understood as an artist, the proper surrealist modern artist herself, and the 70s when the whole idea of outsider art evolved.
So I think that the key person in that is Dubuffet.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that he knew and was friends with Breton, and Breton was advising on when he was originally setting up, I believe, the early collecting days. So they would have been, I think, discussions about the mediums. It comes from a bit about Dubuffet's sort of worldview, if he believes in spiritualism or not. Many people didn't. So he would have automatically been more of a skeptical side of it, but looking at the art as completely fascinating, as something that is incredibly interesting. And I think so when he started to then really collect, sort of in those 60s, and he was told about Madge Gill, she fitted very perfectly. I mean, he'd had that major show, I think, in 67, and in that had artists like Henriette Zephyr, who was a contemporary of Madge. She was in Paris, but very, very contemporary. But I think he came across Madge just straight after that, but he would have been avidly trying to collect. So they fitted into this self-taught, the untutored, the artists who were supposedly creating this proxy. They were bringing those together, and he was like massive in collecting that. So the key point happened was after she died, her work was sort of, most of it had been given to Newham or East Ham at that point, East Ham Council. But there was some left over, and when they cleared the house, they went into the secondary market. And that went into a gallery called the Grosvenor Gallery, who held a show called The Guided Hand in 1968. And that is where Dubuffet came, and he then saw her work and he bought most of it from them. So at that point, it was then had one way, and it was going into that collection, which then became The Outsider, now and then Art Brut, and very fully she is immersed in the sort of the untrained, the compulsive visionaries, the creators, where you find a lot of the mediumistic artists. And in one way, it's brilliant because they saved so much work that probably would have been lost because there was little interest in mediumistic art at that time. So we have got a lot to be thankful for. But I think really, if you look back, it started just before, which was really interesting because when Julian Trevelyan was putting on these shows, they were for these sort of untutored artists. And so I think really Madge had started that journey in the late 30s and the 40s because she'd entered this sort of arena where she was showing with other untrained artists. But then you also look at 1942, which Jonathan mentioned, and the show at the Wallace House, Hertford House, in which she was showing with the brilliant artists of the day. So it's an interesting one, but I think sadly it did have a marked effect on her being taken seriously as a visionary and mediumistic artist later on. It's like Madge has lagged behind some of those others, like Hilma af Klint, for example.
Okay. Could you, as a specialist in spiritual art, do you think of spiritualist art of having a certain set of formal characteristics? Could you look at an image, a previously unknown image to you, and say, well, this is probably spiritualist?
I think that there's definitely things that I look for, and it does feel that you get an inkling immediately, or I look at an artwork and I feel like I can feel it straight away that it is some form of spiritual mediumistic art. And one of the things it always has is harmony. There is such a flow, there is such a kind of like a beautifulness to it. Often you don't find in some of the outsider collections if you kind of hive off the spiritualist to the non. So I do look for that. It just feels as if it's effortless. You see little mistakes, and it just has this idea. There's also the patterning and the design, but not always. You often find that there's hardly any oils or acrylics. They deal with things that they can have immediately that can flow, and they don't have to keep changing. So I look at the material as well. And things like that. So there is definitely things you look for. Those kind of forms or designs, there's lots and lots of the organic, there's lots of the flowers and the botanicals are in there, but then also you get the geometric as well. So you see that sometimes side by side. So yeah, there is definitely things that you can look for.
You also you talked quite extensively and very interestingly on how Madge and the spiritualist circles and Madge perceived contemporary technology and contemporary scientific observations and how they kind of integrated those observations and technologies into their work. But you also talked a little bit about how the spiritualist outlook was in many ways an alternative to scientism and, like straight reasonable enlightenment type of looking at the world. Could you maybe talk a little bit more about how they, while looking intently at new geometries and astronomy, at the same time were questioning the scientific point of view?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because you had a time where religion, when spiritualism first started, so we're talking 1850 in England, 1848 in America, but it came about and there was a time of unrest. You had Darwin that was publishing Origin of the Species in, I think, 59, and you had, so there was a crisis of religion, the science, it was all about materialism. And so that was a lot of the biggest debates. And I think really spiritualism came at this perfect time where it wanted to bring both of them together. It wanted to enable scientific innovation, but also to people to keep hold of their spiritual beliefs. and it was open to all religions, but it really welcomed the spiritual, the scientific side of things. So if you then sort of like jump forward, and every single sort of new technology, they were kind of embracing. They saw it as a validation of the work that they've done, you know, because at that point, each scientific innovation was about showing you something you'd not seen before. And they had felt that they had already done that in the work that they were doing. So suddenly it was always, and I think really that's why many scientists were really fascinated and then became psychic researchers. So Alfred Russel Wallace, for example, and you had Sir Oliver Lodge with a physicist, and there was many more. Sir William Crookes was another one. He was a chemist. And I think that it was just the world was expanding at that point and our knowledge of it. And I think there was room for all of these to sort of come together. So whereas in the beginning there was this very, yes, material, and then immaterial, later on it started to come together. And that's when you see this sort of real heyday of spiritualism, which was around the sort of late 1870s up to like the 1920s, something like that.
Very interesting. To paraphrase a question from my colleagues at MASP, how does Madge Gill and other spiritualist artists fit into the history of modernism? Do we have to rewrite this history to include them? Do you feel that there is a potential to completely not completely, but shift the paradigm of our understanding of experimentation in the 20th century by including them in the wider narratives?
I think possibly what we could do there is we could look at some of the other mediumistic and visionary artists that have been caught up in the sort of outsider debates and see how, maybe look more into their lives and see how they fitted in. Because when you go into Madge, I mean, when I first started looking at Madge, there was very little conversation or language about her spiritual side of it. There was things like, oh, she's a so-called spiritualist, or ostensibly she believed in, spirit guides or whatever. Now it's not like that. Now it's she was this is what her belief system was, and this is the art she produced. So that's changed, and maybe that can change for some of those other artists. But with regard to modernism, definitely it's all of the artists that were involved in the spiritual, and that narrative has been rewritten into art history. And I just think that Madge absolutely fits with all of those into that. She was really looking at all of those things that happen, like from astrology with Flammarion to the science and to all those altered states, and looking at art. Now, she might not have known some of those big modernists at that time. She doesn't really reference any of those, but I think that her work stands up with them a lot of the time. So I think, there needs to be a little bit of rewriting, but it's not a massive task.
Yes, I'm asking just because the reputation of Hilma af Klint, who is probably one of the most well-known pioneers of abstraction, it still has to be kind of re-established in world exhibition cycles each time, that this is the pioneering figure, this is the towering figure, and that I wonder what we can do to kind of finally enshrine her at the beginning of abstract figuration, non-figuration, as it were.
I mean, just as a quick one there, particularly in Britain, we could look at some of our real modern avant-garde artist groups. So I would be looking at someone like the Vortices, for example, and seeing how well she kind of connects to that. And we know, like Ezra Pound, who set that up, was often talking about automatism and things. So we kind of know that she would be a great comparison to some of the artists and groups like that. But other artists have their own in other countries. So, in Paris, I would be looking at the musicalists that started and others like that. Anyway, I could go on about that for long.
No, this is all very, very interesting. To switch to Jonathan, let me start not from my own question, but a question from one of the YouTube listeners who the question is amazing, I think, and very, very merits some thinking and explanation, I think. The question is, the treatment methods available in her time, in time of Madge Gill, and those used today are very different. Speculating that she were alive today, do you think her art would still be possible in the modern era, even with so much medicalization, Jonathan?
Yeah, I do. I don't think, in a way, the treatments have changed so much. Actually, you know, there's certainly been a great proliferation and advance in medications, psychoactive medications, and they are indeed used more frequently. I mean, those kinds of things weren't available really at the time that Madge was unwell in the like 1918, 1920, whatever. But you know, a lot of modern psychiatry still holds to this idea that really was developed in the 20s and 30s, and particularly in Britain, actually. We should give ourselves some credit for it, of this notion of asylum, this notion of having a place which you know, functioned as as a safe place removed from the world. It was the origin of the asylum, which got obviously a negative connotation in lots of ways of being more like a coercive prison environment. And both of those things were certainly present, you know, both of those manifestations. But Helen Byrne, this psychiatrist, was representative of a whole load of psychiatrists who were called alienists at the time, often, who were very interested in asylum and psychological therapies. And of course, this was the time when psychoanalysis and varieties of psychoanalysis were growing in prominence. So in the 20s and 30s, there was a lot of mental health treatment and services that actually did have this kind of therapeutic community, asylum, psychological healing sort of focus. And that continues. It's true that in the current age, to have the time, space, and funding for those kinds of safe spaces in that way, and the possibility of that kind of time out to heal is a bit more stretched in terms of resource. But that still exists in the minds of mental health practitioners as a way, an important way of healing. And so we have a sort of complementary approach, using psychoactive medication where necessary, and this kind of more healing approach in other ways. So if Madge Gill had presented now, what would her diagnosis have been? I've no idea, to be honest. I mean, I mentioned a sort of manic illness at a period, or a manic episode, which I think, you know, you could fit. It's hard to know just from the documents there are, and what would have happened to that. She had quite a self-contained, self-limiting illness period, and so it's possible to imagine that she might have been put on a whole load of medications and not being able to produce the work. But it's equally possible that she could have had the same story as now. So I don't want to, as it were, demonize the present. I think this is still possible. The tradition of psychological healing of this kind is still alive and well. And there are many Helen Byrnes still around, thank goodness. So I think she could have produced the same work. I think she might have found it even easier in the current environment.
Wonderful. Wonderful to hear. Before I get to my questions to you, Jonathan, we have a question from YouTube back to Vivian. I'm sorry, Vivian, you'll have to. So it is a question from Anne Coxon, who will be presenting in the next section of our seminar. And she says, I was really fascinated to hear about thoughtography in Vivian's talk. Can you please explain briefly how this worked?
I won't be able to explain the technique, but I could tell you that Baraduk, and there's a lot of literature on him that you can find. But it was about that, like the scotographs or psychography was another word that they used for it, where a state of mind could be captured in the development process. So in appearance, it's quite interesting because they're kind of like August Strindberg's celestegraphs and people who are trying to capture sort of the cosmos. So that's how they kind of looked, with that sort of nebulae feel to them. And these sorts of puffs. I mean, many of the other photographs, it was a sort of working with the ectoplasm, and that's that sort of white mist that you see. But with his, I think it was akin to an invisible state of what you would see with sort of the thought forms, which people know much better, but they were captured clairvoyantly through sort of adolescence, clairvoyance or leadbetters, and then artists would then be described and they would draw them. But they have that same, the early ones have that same sort of cloudness to them, of which were in his photographs. But the technical side of it, of how they became on the camera plate, I don't know. But that was the idea, that you were transferring this, say, sort of state of mind, or the idea of the thought or a message would come through onto the plate that then could be reproduced and shown to people and lectured on, etc. So I think that's everything I've got on that one.
Wouldn't that be so useful in your profession, Jonathan? Psychography.
Well, people have had
Some-
various versions of photographs. It's true, yeah. I mean, Rothschild's blots and things like that, the projective techniques sort of come into that category, maybe. But yeah, you're right. And well, modern brain imaging kind of produces very beautiful images. Not unlike that. Not that they're, as it were, thoughts so much, but you know,
Mhm.
we're very good at looking at brains now.
Yeah, and I think the other one that you see a lot of is, I think it's the Curlian photography, where you're picking up on these energies or aura forms around people. So it would have been similar to that as well.
Yes, the color of aura. Yeah. Jonathan, could you maybe expand a little bit on the notion that you mentioned, I think, in relation to flow states of an extended group mind? You mentioned it very briefly, and I'm just curious what that means and how it relates to flow states and artistic inspiration.
Yeah. So there's quite a complex and long lineage to this kind of idea, but I think if one, just in a brief sense, at least is my perspective on it, if one thinks of the brain and the mind, on, as it were, within the brain as an elaborated sense organ, which is in a sense what it is in evolutionary time. So the brain actually develops up as an elaboration of what we call the sensory motor response cycle. So you have input in, and then something happens in the spinal cord, and you have an output. And
Sorry, somebody has their
yeah.
mic on.
So if one imagines that so-called sensory response sort of reflex cycle in the spinal cord, and then you come up the spinal cord in evolution, it equates to actually evolutionary time, that the spinal cord then gets elaborated over time, and it's possible to track this evolution over time into this extraordinarily elaborated entity we call the brain. But essentially, from a functional side, the brain is an elaborated sensory motor organ. It takes in inputs and sensations from the senses, and then it has a process of a sort of mechanism of processing, and then there's an output. So in that sense, very simple, although of course in the sense that it's been elaborated, incredibly complex. But if one thinks of the brain as that sort of sense organ, and then thinks of one's experience of the world in what we call phenomenology, just a deep kind of consideration of actually what it's like to experience the world without thinking too much, but just the feeling side of it and experiencing it, one does immediately start to get this sense of extended consciousness. Anyone who's really immersed in something, in a landscape or a music or in a conversation, it's as if ego boundaries disappear, and one gets beyond, as it were, the own sort of solo ego and the mind and solo mind into a kind of sense of extended consciousness. I think this is a common experience, and the fact is that the body of science and cognitive science now is very interested in this idea. We are all human beings with very similar evolutionary brains. We see and respond, and of course we have individual differences, but we see and respond to the world fundamentally, structurally, in fairly similar ways. And so it's not surprising then that if we start interacting as human minds together, we're going to get some very interesting phenomena of shared experience. And beyond that, a sort of sense of common thinking. And of course, psychologists like Jung in the 20s and 30s and 40s developed this notion of the collective unconscious. And this was some way of manifesting this notion of a shared mind. And I was mentioning the modern contemporary version of 4E cognitions, a rather ugly title, but it really refers to this idea of the mind as embodied, embedded, enacted, and extended. And the extended bit is that therefore our consciousness, our subjective consciousness, it becomes shared with others. And that's what I mean by the group mind. I think it's a matter of common experience that this happens. If you're in a football match in a crowd, any kind of crowd experience contains this, or in a concert hall, or in there's a sort of common thread that seems to work through people like a Mexican wave. So that's the sort of thing one's talking about. And I think in flow states, which of course there's been a huge amount of interest in flow states from a psychological perspective, in all sorts of arenas. I mean, just to take a few, like in sports science. So the notion of athletes in flow states actually becoming this kind of implicit knowledge. They're able, just muscle memory, they're able to move from that without their minds, their cognito, getting in the way and thinking too much. So the idea, don't overthink, just let it flow. And in musicians too, and and then we get close to artists, this notion of just a flow state together in, for instance, an orchestra or as a conductor. So I think there's a general convergence from psychologists, from cognitive scientists who do experimental things on this, to artistic experience that is sort of convergent on this. I mean, there are clearly differences. Like some people extend this into kind of sort of psychic, and this is where it comes into the psychic spiritualist arena of psychic communication of content, which is rather different from what, as it were, more materialistic scientists would think about as extending consciousness. It doesn't necessarily mean there's some external spiritual force that's being channeled here. It's more a kind of extended human consciousness quality. But I think phenomenologically, actually, these things kind of meet in experience. People may theorize them a bit differently and put a different language to it, but there's a common experience here, I believe, which is, increasingly, I think, to the fore, partly because people who are in flow states are often hugely more effective and creative and innovative. We don't have you're not having so much of your kind of superego, your cognitive sort of saying that's not right, your the sort of discriminating function that may stop you doing stuff. So I think it's a really interesting state of being, and an important one in all sorts of arenas of our human lives, and very relevant to art experience.
Thank you. Yeah, this is what I wanted to clarify, basically. Um, Another question, and yeah, we don't have a lot of time before the break, but another question that interests me in relation to what you were saying, Jonathan, is uh, well, of course, art making as an activity that is linked to therapy and recovery in psychology and psychiatry is very well established, right? What about religious feelings and beliefs in general? You've talked about how spiritualism was a sort of, and forgive me if I'm phrasing this wrong, container for this process of maybe healing, self-healing for Madge. Um, what does contemporary psychology and psychiatry think of the therapeutic roles of beliefs in the
Um,
unseen?
yeah. No, I think it's a really interesting question because uh, a lot of uh, ways of describing mental health. What do we mean by mental health? Which is a common term these days, but a lot of ways of constructing it do have to do with meaning making. And one could look at it as at a cognitive level. Uh, the science of so-called predictive coding, which looks at a very detailed level of how we actually perceive and understand the world minute to minute. But at a more thought, sort of creative and abstract level, to do with just having meaning in one's life and a breakdown of meaning is very bad for mental health. And the development of meaning is very, good for mental health generally. Um, So I think meaning making is a very important function related to health. And of course, it's not as simple as that. And so some beliefs, in a sense, could be more healthy than others. So there are psychological conditions, psychiatric conditions of delusional belief, which are definitely have a lot of meaning in them, but they are counted as delusional really in the sense that the meaning that is made by the individual is not shared in the general consciousness. Now, you could say, well, maybe they are the innovators, but there are characteristics of delusional belief that it can be, extremely pathological and dangerous. Although they may make meaning for an individual, it may mean for them what they do in relation to other people, maybe, and even themselves, may be very, very destructive indeed. So it's not as simple as just saying any old meaning. I think shared meaning is the hallmark of it. And what I was alluding to with Madge is a sense that although she could be considered a sort of compulsive outsider, quotes, artist who's just in her studio in a trance, actually, as Vivian described, there's a context for what she did. To me, that makes it, for her, a much healthier activity, or intrinsically, health is a good outcome from that. And religious belief generally is generally associated with a greater mental health, if you look at it general sense. But again, it's not always necessarily like that. So I don't think it's as simple as making a one-to-one correspondence. One can have dangerous and false, deluded and unproductive beliefs, just as one can have creative and useful and socially meaningful beliefs. So, there are nuances here, and of course, the social context of meaning changes. The zeitgeist changes, which means that some forms of belief become more acceptable and productive than other forms. And, as a human society, we evolve like that. And so I've been struck thinking about artists I've known personally or got very interested in, and how many of them actually, although they may not declare it overt or have declared it overtly, have had very religious or spiritual beliefs. And I think that a lot of artists do have that. A lot of autistic people that I work with certainly have that, and that's a whole other area of discussion. But my guess is that people don't often feel easy to talk about those beliefs because it's not in the current zeitgeist. You know, the sort of narrative of modernism was definitely very materialistic. I think as someone, well, Kandinsky did talk about it, you know, but Mondrian, I think he talked about it too, but not in such an overt way. So, you know, you can go on with the different artists in the canon. So the way we constitute shared meaning in culture and in artistic narratives in art history obviously matters for how individuals locate themselves in that. And that's a changing thing, and art historians are evolving that over time, just like scientists evolve the scientific language and discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we're ready for a break before our next session. Vivian, Jonathan, thank you for very rich and very enlightening conversations and presentations here. We have one question from YouTube, but I think we need to address it maybe at the end of the seminar because there are two more viewpoints on Madge that are awaiting us. And the question is, as an art teacher, how can I approach the art of Madge Gill? And I think the combination of all four presentations will give a very interesting and multifaceted answer to this important question. So yeah, thank you very much. We'll see the audience in an hour after our break, I think. And thank you once again, Vivian and Jonathan, for participating in this seminar.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Olá, boa tarde. Estamos voltando agora com a programação do Seminário Madge Gill. Eu sou a Laura Cozendei, sou curadora assistente no MASP e serei a mediadora da próxima mesa, que contará com as palestrantes Sophie Dutton e Anne Coxon. Teremos ainda... O Seminário Madge Gill está sendo realizado no contexto de uma exposição dedicada à artista, que acontecerá no MASP, em março de 2027, e na sequência no The Whitworth. É uma parceria com essa outra instituição, tanto a realização do seminário como da exposição. E antes de darmos início às apresentações, queria também aproveitar para agradecer todos os palestrantes que estão participando desse seminário hoje, e também todas as equipes envolvidas na produção, na organização do evento. Ao longo das falas, o público pode deixar as suas perguntas no chat no YouTube, elas vão ser reunidas pela nossa equipe, e vão ser depois, no final das duas falas, transmitidas às palestrantes. Nós vamos começar pela fala da Sophie Dutton. A Sophie é curadora e pesquisadora e designer. Em 2016, ela criou a série de eventos e exposições Works by Madge Gill para compartilhar a obra e a história de Gill com as comunidades às quais a artista era originalmente ligada. Ela foi curadora de exposições da obra de Gill, incluindo Marcantes, na William Morris Gallery, Madge Gill, Nature in Mind, ao longo da trilha de arte, The Line, em Londres, e The Clouds Will Burst, The Sun Will Shine Again, no Midlands Art Center. Em 2025, ela prestou consultoria sobre o conteúdo relacionado a Gill e desenvolveu o programa de engajamento público que acompanha a exposição Grayson Perry, Delusions on Grandeur, no Museu Wallace Collection. Ela editou e fez o design de Madge Gill by Marcantes, uma monografia publicada pela primeira vez em 2019 pela Rough Trade Books e com uma segunda edição lançada em 2025. Muito obrigada, Sophie, por aceitar o nosso convite, e fica agora com você a palavra.
Okay, thanks so much. I'll share my screen now. Okay, hopefully you can all see that. Well, it's a pleasure to be invited to talk today as part of the seminar accompanying the Madge Gill exhibition focusing on histories of madness and delirium. It's been an interesting opportunity for me to look back at the research I've done into Gill over the last 10 years. Madge Gill was an artist working in the early 20th century, creating her work from home, outside the mainstream art world. Sorry, it just froze for 1 second. Outside of the male-dominated mainstream art world of the time, she created meticulous, small-scale and monumental works, skillfully exploring different techniques and formats, including paints, inks, and textiles. Gill's life story is one of triumph over adversity. The hardship she endured saw her turn to spiritualism and making, both of which provided relief from her mental turmoil. Although she was part of numerous exhibitions while she was alive, her work was long overlooked, and it's wonderful to now see her gain more and more recognition over recent years at many institutions like the Tate, Venice Biennale, MASP, and the Whitworth. I want to start by looking at the art that Gill made and the unique creativity she embraced that enabled her to think far beyond the expectations put at the time in the 1920s. Her epically long drawings almost seem like a physical representation of this. She created many works on long lengths of calico fabrics. They were larger than life, some reaching over 40 foot, and they had ambitions to create some over 100 feet long. They were so much larger than any room in her house that she could only see them in their entirety when she hung them outside in her garden on the washing line. She could create seamless patterns of kaleidoscopic landscapes using a specially made rolling device which enabled her to see smaller sections of the piece at a time. This device was made by her supportive son Laurie, who's also known to buy Madge her materials and approach galleries and spiritualist groups to try and get her work recognised further. Madge Gill often rejected authorship of her artworks, instead attributing them to the influence of a spirit guide. As such, Gill rarely signed her work, but when she did, it was more likely to be credited to her guide Marnerest, like this drawing found in a sketchbook here. The genesis of her art was sudden, and her output from the off completely, compulsively prolific. Clues to the origin of Gill's art making lie in her medical history, which reached a crisis point in the years immediately following the First World War, and in the relationship she formed with one extraordinary physician, Dr. Helen Boyle, who we'll talk more about later on. Gill is perhaps most well known for her work on postcards, of which she created thousands. They were all unique from each other, and she was known to make over 100 in one sitting. It also regularly featured a female figure. She never alluded to who this figure represented. Perhaps it was a stillborn child, the spirit Marnerest, or even herself. Working on materials that were easily accessible at home, I think this encapsulates her unrestrained compulsion to make, her unique style, and dedication to her work. Her drawings often feature repetitive patterns of stars, flowers, swirling shapes, architectural forms, and checkerboards. Her unreserved use of colour imbues the work with life. She often referenced raw elements in her work, and once stated, "If I were a man, I would have gone abroad and studied botany." Madge often filled all the space available to her, and it's often been wondered if Madge experienced horror vacui, the fear of empty space. She also created many small and large-scale hand-woven embroideries, some of which she was photographed here with in 1947. She became so well known for her drawings of female faces, but her ability to create intricate patterns translated over into textile work seamlessly. Her textile work is perhaps one of her most overlooked outputs. These works were known to be left on the floor in piles and not included in exhibitions she participated in at the time. Although she exhibited multiple times in her life, after her death, many wondered who this mysterious woman was who created some 6,000 artworks that were left stored in her house and under the beds and in cupboards. Although her son knew she was a prolific artist and encouraged her work, he was not aware of the enormity of the body of work she'd amassed for over 40 years. There were so many pieces, her son didn't know what to do with them, but he went on to gift nearly 2,000 pieces to Newham Council, the borough which Madge had lived and worked in. It's a collection that they still treasure today. The rest of the work was sold through house clearances, passing them on to friends and family, and the first main sale of her work was through Christie's in 1985, where it was only possible to buy huge trunks filled with her work, not individual pieces. Since then, her art has travelled far and wide around the world, and it's near impossible to track, but it can be found in major collections such as the Collection of Art Brut in Lausanne, the Whitworth in Manchester, and most recently the Tate in London. So what do we know about Madge Gill? Gill's childhood saw her move from Walthamstow to Barkingside and later on to Canada when she was 14 to work on a farm. After her family realised they weren't able to support her and placed her in an orphanage, which at that time was subscribed to the British Home Children Scheme. Gill remained in Canada till she was 18. She moved back to London in October 1900 and became a nurse at Whipps Cross Hospital in Leytonstone. A few years later, she married her cousin, Tom Gill, and the couple went on to have 3 sons. However, the couple had a difficult marriage and suffered a number of tragedies. Their second son sadly died in 1918 during the influenza pandemic, and a year later, Gill gave birth to a stillborn girl. After this 4th pregnancy, Gill's health quickly deteriorated. A lengthy illness resulted in the loss of her left eye. An infection led to all her teeth being removed. Her grief manifested itself in a deep depression, and it was during this period she began experiencing visions and hearing voices. Gill underwent treatment in Hove for an undiagnosed psychiatric condition. Gill was now 38, and it was at this time she had an overwhelming compulsion to make art, which often resulted in a flurry of seemingly unending drawing activity. This activity, Gill explained, was encouraged by a spirit guide she came to embody called Marnerest. Gill came to the attention of Dr. Boyle in January 1922 when her husband Tom Gill reached out, alarmed at his wife's mental state. At the time, there was a risk of Gill being sent to an asylum, but she was lucky to be treated by such a pioneering doctor of the time. Boyle treated impoverished East End women for nervous disorders related to influenza, childbirth, and the like. Boyle recognised that, having neither organic disease nor certifiable illness, such women were often overlooked, caught in a no-man's land between infirmary and asylum. She was interested in what she called the borderland between the beginnings of mental breakdown and incurable insanity, and believed that timely and sympathetic intervention would prevent the former condition sliding irretrievably into the latter. Boyle established her highly progressive clinic in Sussex for early nervous and borderland cases among women and children, which by 1905 had become the Lady Chichester Hospital. Here they embraced holistic therapies and allocated treatments according to each individual's needs. Wellbeing practices included rest, gentle exercise, time outside, nourishing diet, sea swimming, and in Gill's case, she encouraged her to keep creating art. Patients were few in number so that staff who were experiencing insanity and neurology could know each patient well. The hospital was the first of its kind, and by the 1920s was known for its high success rate and standard of care. Here are a couple of pieces made by Gill while she was at Lady Chichester's. As you can see, the faces appeared in her work from early on. These were created alongside the ability to compose ethereal works experimenting with colour and pattern in the watercolour you can see on the left-hand side. In the visions Gill experienced, she described seeing the other world and crowds of people, and Dr. Bernardo was there and lots of children, seeming to hark back to her time at the orphanage. The scene brings to mind the crowds of faces in many of her later artworks. Helen Boyle encouraged her to keep creating art and showed interest in her automatic writing and ability to talk in tongues. Boyle requested for a recording to be made of Gill's unique language, which, as far as I'm aware, the recording no longer exists. Madge resided in the hospital for around 3 months and stayed in touch with Helen Boyle over the years that followed. She would update her on upcoming exhibitions and progress she was making with her work. She expressed ambitions for a one-woman show and discussed her work and how every picture has a meaning. One of her first reported paintings, which she references in a letter to Boyle as Moses and the Bulrushes, concerns an abandoned baby. Something that was not lost on Dr. Boyle, who observed that Gill's inspirational writings were often concerned with trying to legitimise her illegitimacy. Boyle was a positive presence in Gill's life, and her holistic approach changed the treatment and lives of not only Madge Gill, but many others suffering with mental health issues. Boyle, in fact, went on to co-found the charity Mind, which remains the UK's leading mental health charity today. After her time in hospital, although she struggled with her health, she notably went on to have no further treatment. In one letter to journalist and friend Louise Morgan, she wrote, "My pictures take my mind off the worries." She continued to work and her practice continued to flourish, and she went on to exhibit at the Whitechapel Gallery, the Wallace Collection, and the International Spiritualist Congress in Belgium, receiving mostly positive press along the way. From an ethical perspective, I find it hard to speculate on her mental health and posthumous diagnosis, and she's no longer around to share the information herself. As part of the research, I was keen to connect with someone that knew Madge Gill personally, who might be able to offer more first-hand insight to her practice and character. As Gill died in 1961 and her children had no children of their own, I knew this would be a struggle, but through a lot of research into her archives and reaching out, I managed to connect with a few people who could shed some light on the artist. One of which was Michael Theiss, the son of her longtime friend Louise Morgan. He was 93 at the time I got the opportunity to meet with him in 2019. Instead of me summarising my findings again, I wanted to play this interview to you now as he talks about his unique childhood experiences of going to Gill's house and watching her draw. I guess what would be great to talk about is your connection to Madge Gill and when you first met her.
Yes, well, my mother and father were both journalists in Fleet Street, and my mother was special correspondent on the News Chronicle, and my mother kept her nose very closely to the ground about everything, and she happened to hear about this woman that was, I think this is the way it all started. My mother was always interested in things that women were doing, because, I mean, it was even more outlandish in the 1930s and the 1920s than it is now. God knows it's bad enough now. And my mother's relationship with her was, I think there was a lot of friendship there, Madge was more than just a story. They did have a friendly relationship, and there were quite a lot of letters. So she first, I think, went down and saw Madge, must have been in the mid-30s. And then she took me along at one point, which was, must have been about 37, 38, I think, to Madge's house. And it was, I was just fascinated by her, you know, the way she would sit at the table, you know, with a mug of tea on the table and just sort of start in one corner, particularly when she was doing big fabrics, the long, mural fabrics, and just go, you know, there didn't seem to be any plan or anything at all. And mostly she wouldn't talk, and I was just fascinated just watching, you know, as a sort of 10, 11-year-old, and felt very happy doing that until my mother would come banging on the door to take me back to up west. Madge, if I went down, I always got a postcard back from Madge, sort of saying thank you for coming, you know, on the front, and then the back would have one of her drawings on it, or maybe it was one that she had on the shelf and pulled out, you know.
Would you sit with her for quite a long time then?
Given half a chance, as I remember as a child, yes. I had my opportunity when I came back, having been evacuated to the US in 1940, came back in mid-1944, and was at a sort of loose end. And I used to cycle or motorcycle down to Plashet Grove and just knock on the door, and I was always welcome, and just would sit down. And I can remember spending hours, you know, just sitting and watching her producing things. And then we would talk a little bit, but she really didn't talk a great deal, and least of all about herself, because she didn't really talk about herself. But it was just, I felt I knew her, and I knew what she was driving at and what was coming out. I felt this was all coming out of inside her head, and it was just a fascinating process to watch. I was always amazed by this sort of skill and the sort of design context within the strict limits of what she was working in, within a postcard or within a sheet of paper. And the fact that she started in one bit and just sort of went through to the end, and it ended up as an entity.
What did you feel that she was driving at?
I didn't have any thoughts about that. I was always brought up to that other people had the right to do what they wanted to do and do it in their own way. And I've always had that philosophy ever since. It was drummed into me by my parents.
So you mentioned Madge didn't really talk very much when she was making. Do you remember any conversations or anything that you might have talked about?
No, she told me about sort of buying the balloon cloth, which were these sort of long cloths, which she said she bought at a sale just after the First World War. I had no idea whether this was true or not true, but she called it balloon cloth.
And that was the kind of
These were the huge, great big long lengths. They were surplus. And she thought, well, they'd be marvellous to sort of draw on, you know, rather than being stuck with a piece of paper which had very finite limits. And this one you could sort of go on and on and on. And all her staircases all led to, you know, doors that then opened onto something else, which then continued onto something else.
It's interesting if it was balloon cloth left over from the war. Do you think any of her artwork reflected living through World War II?
I can't answer that. I just, you know, one can make up all kinds of stories, but to my memory, I don't remember her ever talking about sort of, I mean, she didn't mention family really. She would just, I mean, she would mutter away as she was sort of doing her drawing. But to me, very large, I seemed from just as a sort of background noise, you know. I was just fascinated with her actual doing it, you know, with the hand dipping in the pen into the ink and then the actual drawing, and the fact that it was a picture in the making, like a cartoon, moving cartoon.
So how would you, like sitting there with her, how would you describe her drawing technique?
Stream of conscience. I didn't get any feeling that anything was planned at all. I mean, I watched her doing one of her sort of grand staircases, and I don't think she had any idea what was going to be at the top, you know. Which is why the one I particularly remember was that when the doors were open, there was a sort of almost like a Blake sunrise coming up behind, with nothing, you know. It wasn't going anywhere, so I presumed it was going to heaven. Whether she presumed that as well, I don't know.
Did you see any of her automatic writing or embroideries as well?
I never saw her doing any of any of that. I remember my mother talking about the automatic writing, and I couldn't understand that at all. I mean, she was obviously writing these letters as she was. I remember her doing the actual drawings. You know, she was just going from one line to the next line, and just, you know, then forgetting where she was and starting again, and where it was going. And because I mean, the letters are just like that. I mean, they're obviously sort of words of her own invention, aren't they? With sort of very florid, swirling movements. But it's the wooden table and the mug of tea and the cloth and the pen and the dipping in and the drawing that I remember most of all.
What was her house like?
It was just a terrace house, you know, just a front room and passageway, and you went out the back, and there was the back kitchen, and it was in the back kitchen, then there was a staircase that went upstairs. You know, I never went upstairs. I never saw inside the front room. It was always straight into the kitchen, sitting down at the kitchen table, which was, you know, also filled with papers and, you know, and inks and pens, and whatever she was working on was on the kitchen table. I don't remember any of it being pinned up on the walls. Could have been anywhere. I mean, most of those terrace houses were all very much the same. I mean, everything was always, I remember everything being quite tickety-boo. There was nothing misplaced in her kitchen, except on the table. Everything seemed to be, there were quite a lot of things, you know, obviously she was using for reference, I don't know. Didn't really think about it. I just remember just being in just plain, sort of, you know, just a sort of frock and jumper or blouse, you know, just with hair down, you know, just it's very plain.
So she also practiced as a medium. Did you ever witness her practicing her mediumistic skills, or did she ever predict anything?
I never saw that side of her at all. I remember my mother talking about it, and I remember reading about it. I didn't get that side of her at all. Mysticism and all that kind of thing really has never fitted in with my life at all, so I'm a bit of a cynic about it. So I'm afraid I'm not very imaginative in taking things into the things I don't know, never can know, or never likely to know. I mean, there's a side that I hadn't really appreciated. I mean, I knew she had this sort of mysticism and, you know, was using saints' names that had come to her in trances and all that kind of thing. I mean, I was aware of that side of her, but she'd never expressed it to me at all. I mean, it was, my relationship with her was very matter of fact. I mean, I always have wondered, I mean, why was she doing this? I mean, it's sort of, what was sort of driving her to do it? Because she did seem like somebody driven when she was actually sort of working. So you'll turn around and say, well, she was in a trance, or she was this, or she was that, but no, I don't think she was. Or if she was, I didn't notice it.
I guess she was working kind of outside of the mainstream art world, and recently, I guess she's been categorised as an outsider artist. which is kind of an exclusionary term. How would you kind of categorise her work or that kind of artist?
I was unhappy. She wasn't an outsider. I mean, she was Madge Gill. I mean, she was unique. I mean, I didn't really like the term outsider at all.
How do you feel about her artwork? What intrigues you about her artwork?
I liked having it around. The only reason I didn't keep any was that my wife couldn't stand it.
And why was that?
I don't know. She just felt it was all spiritualist, and it wasn't her scene at all. It wasn't something that one would put up, because I knew she wouldn't like it put up. She was much more interested in things a bit more revolutionary. I'm not realising how revolutionary Madge was in her own way.
And why would you describe her as revolutionary?
Oh, because I think she was unique, completely unique, because she just had her own stamp on everything that she did. And the sort of bit of magic, there was something that, where did it all come from?
How do you think she would feel about her work being shown again now?
I don't know. I think like any artist, she would like it to be recognised. To me, she produced things, forgot about it, got on with the next thing. I mean, maybe she had that side to her, I don't know. The only side I ever saw was her working in her kitchen, very ordinary, very plain and very modest. And that's my memory of her.
I was really glad to have got the opportunity to meet with Michael and talk to him like that. I find it's beneficial to get first-hand testimonies of people who actually knew Madge Gill. As she died 65 years ago now, it felt important to document this too, but it was too late to reach anyone that knew her. The mental health issues and traumatic events that Madge experienced can create a kind of mythology around the artist. I feel it important to talk to someone who knew her firsthand to bring the pure talent that she had and the power of her work back into the focus and help humanise her again. I also had the opportunity to meet with Madge's second cousin, Betty Newman. Betty reflected on Gill's illegitimacy, of how she had not known her father and of being raised away from the main family unit. Betty questioned what Madge's understanding of her roots were, and although Gill was not known to talk about her past, was known not to talk about her past, Betty and her mother always sensed a feeling of seeking within the art that she made. This interview with Betty, along with my conversation with Michael, have been transcribed in my book. It's been great to have the opportunity to talk about Madge Gill with you today, and I'm looking forward to hearing more from Anne Coxon and answer any questions that you may have afterwards. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Sophie, pela sua apresentação. Vamos dar sequência agora com a fala da Anne Coxon, intitulada Sobre Linhas e Pontos, os textos de Madge Gill. A Anne Coxon é uma curadora, escritora e pesquisadora de renome internacional, especializada em práticas têxteis na arte moderna e contemporânea. Por mais de 20 anos, foi curadora da Tate Modern, onde realizou a curadoria conjunta das marcantes exposições Madalena Abakanowicz, Every Tangle of Threads and Rope, Dorothea Tanning e Annie Albers. Atualmente, a Anne leciona História da Arte e Curadoria no Courtauld Institute, tendo concluído recentemente o doutorado com uma tese sobre a nova tapeçaria na Europa de 1962 a 1970. Financiada pelo acordo da HRC Collaborative Doctoral Partnership com a Tate e a University College of London. Ela publicou diversos ensaios e artigos em catálogos, bem como 2 livros, Motherhood, pela Tate Publishing, de 2023, e Louise Bourgeois, também pela Tate, de 2010. Anne, por favor.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. So I'm going to jump right in with the presentation. A photograph from 1947 shows Madge Gill in her home at Plashet Grove in London's East End. She's visible only from the waist up. Her legs, the sofa on which she sits, and an adjacent armchair are submerged under layers of heavily hand-stitched coloured threads. A single strand is held taut between her right hand and the thumb of her left, which deftly positions the cloth onto which she's adding more stitches. This line of thread is perfectly horizontal, level with the waist of her blue and red sprigged dress. Gill is looking down at her work with her one good eye. Her grey hair is tied back and neatly parted, forming a vertical line that we can follow over the horizontal worry lines of her forehead, down her long straight nose, over her pursed lips, down the red tie of her dress, almost to the exact spot where she just made a stitch. The caption tells us that Edward Russell Westwood's photograph shows Gill in the act of rug making. But are these large textiles actually rugs? Did the artist and her son Lawrence drape them over the armchairs for the benefit of the camera lens? Or would they ordinarily occupy this space, covering an armchair, a couch, a lap, or the floor? Certainly the textiles are hand-stitched. They're not woven or hooked or plaited or tufted, techniques more usually associated with rug making. And they're not apologies. In all likelihood, Gill would have not seen her stitched textiles as art. But how did she use them, and why did she make them? What the photograph suggests to me, rightly or wrongly, is that Madge Gill has buried herself and her immediate surroundings in stitches. I use the word buried here deliberately. We know that Gill began her intense practice of drawing and stitching in the interwar period, having suffered from multiple traumas and whilst grieving the death of her son and a stillborn daughter, as we heard about in the other presentations. But I'm not going to dig too deeply into Madge Gill's life story. What I would like to think about is the particular nature of her textile practices, her textile pieces, and how we might begin to understand them. How, if at all, do they relate to her drawings? And what might these extraordinary objects tell us not only about Madge Gill, but also about textile art more generally? In 2018 or 19, I don't remember exactly what the date was, I was approached by Sophie Dotton, who we've just heard from, who told me that she was curating an exhibition of the work of Madge Gill to take place at the William Morris Gallery in Walthamstow. Sophie asked me if I'd like to come and look at some of the textile pieces that had recently come to light in a private home. These pieces are small. They're smaller than the rugs we saw in the photograph and appear to have been stitched from scraps of cloth that Gill might have found or had left over. They had been delivered to the storage facility at the gallery, where I was lucky enough to be left alone to look through them for as long as I needed. On carefully unwrapping and laying out these textile pieces, I discovered that they were each unique, but fall into a number of different types. Some of them are roughly square-shaped and appear to have been worked from the centre outwards, towards the edges, as with the piece shown here. Others are more rectangular, apparently worked into thinner strips of cloth. The stitching is fairly haphazard and doesn't really seem to conform to any traditional embroidery stitch types that I'm aware of. It often distorts the base fabric, creating peaks and troughs in the work. This three-dimensionality echoes the undulating lines and rivulets made by the stitches themselves. The textile pieces appear to have a front and a back, and they're all so heavily stitched that the ground cloth is fully covered and no longer really visible. The backs are a tangle of coloured threads. Some pieces are worked in a riot of colours, and others are created from a smaller selection of varying shades. Some of them recall the haphazard geometries of Gill's drawings. We see triangles, for example, or fan shapes, or black and white stripes. Yet, unlike the drawings, there are no faces or figurative elements emerging amongst the chaos of shapes and forms in the textiles. I'm not really sure that it's possible to doodle with a needle and a thread, and yet these textile pieces do seem to have the same improvisational nature as Gill's drawings. You get the sense that she started at a random point and just kept going until the canvas or calico was fully covered. Perhaps only then would she begin on another scrap of cloth. In her own words, she said she just couldn't leave off. Most of these textile pieces have tangled threads spilling out at their edges. Sometimes the loose ends are knotted, or sometimes they're simply left at the back or the edges, just left like frayed fabric or trails of dripping coloured paint. We don't really know whether Madge Gill made these pieces with a purpose in mind, but we do know that she applied the same embroidery treatment to some of her dresses. A further photograph shows her standing in the drawing room at Plashet Grove wearing a heavily embroidered dress, which we see on the left here. On the skirt of the dress, there are larger areas of solid colour, red, turquoise, yellow and deep blue. But this is absolutely not the addition of dainty flowers or symbols more commonly associated with embroidery, or perhaps with the fashions of the time. Rather than adding decoration or embellishment to specific areas, the entire fabric of the dress is again covered in stitches, giving the cloth a structure and weight quite out of proportion to Gill's diminutive frame. Another embroidered dress on the right is housed in the collection of Art Brut in Lausanne, Switzerland. This collection, as we've heard today, was established by Jean Dubuffet to showcase what he saw as artistic creation that is, quote, entirely pure, raw, reinvented in all its phases by its author, based solely on his own impulses, end quote. Gill's embroidered textiles certainly don't conform to convention, appearing to reinvent the act of stitching anew. But could we really say that such painstaking a process is raw or impulsive? Gill also gave her cloche hats the same treatment. And as you can see from my photographs, they became almost sculptural nest-like objects with tangling threads around the edges and on the inside. The art historian and psychotherapist Rosika Parker traced the interwoven histories of embroidery and the feminine in her landmark book, The Subversive Stitch, from 1984. Parker says to know the history of embroidery is to know the history of women. Embroidery is traditionally pictorial, decorative, precise work, undertaken since the 17th century by women. Women of the working class may have sewed to make money, while the upper and middle classes took it up as a hobby. Needlework has long been seen as a suitable task for women to carry out within the home, a domestic craft rather than a studio-based art practice. In the 20th century, however, these conventions were subverted by artists such as Mae Morris, Sophie Taber-Arp, Sonia Delaunay, Dorothea Tanning, and Judy Chicago, amongst many others. Embroidery was appropriated and politicized by artists, a fact that has been explored more recently in the Barbican's exhibition Unravel, Art and Textile Politics. So where does Madge Gill fit into this history, if at all? Her works are neither delicate and precise nor political. I can't imagine that it was comfortable or practical to wear that heavily worked dress, or in fact the hats that she'd stitched into with their many threads left dangling. Perhaps she used the rugs in her home, but they too appear quite impractical. I mean, would you really want to sit on and walk over the work of many, many months? Her textiles then are neither truly useful nor conventionally beautiful. In this sense, they don't conform to the norms of textile production. They are, we could say, neither use nor ornament. So, could we see them as art? I'm not really so interested in this question per se, though I have spent a lot of time over the past decade or so thinking specifically about the nature of textile-based art practices in the 20th and 21st centuries. I'm interested, really, in how textiles communicate and how they enable us to think. For this reason, I would like to ask how we can come to understand rather than to categorize Gill's textile pieces. It seems to me that from today's perspective, it's obvious that these scraps of heavily worked cloth are carriers of meaning. They express themselves as clearly and intensely as a Jackson Pollock painting or a Tracy Emin quilt. That is, to give just two examples of the many instances in more canonical art history in which the raw creation so admired by Dubuffet is evident in the work of more schooled artists. Scratch the surface and we find that the lines between insider and outsider are not so clearly drawn. Yet textiles have long been categorized as outside of the realms of high or fine art. Textile art, then, is almost a contradiction in terms. At best, it's been difficult for critics and curators to pin it down, name and define it. At worst, textile art is a form of outsider art. In his short but provocative essay titled Textile Art, Who Are You?, Sarat Maharaj articulated the position of textiles as being an undecidable, as Derrida puts it, something that seems to belong to one genre but overshoots its border and seems no less at home in another. As a migrant himself of Indian heritage, born and raised in South Africa and then resident in the UK, Maharaj identifies with this state of, quote, belonging but not belonging, of being neither insiders nor outsiders. In his text, he asks, textile art, am I you? Indeed, textiles, perhaps more than any other medium used for the creation of art, have been repeatedly categorized as outside, as other, as craft, as women's art, or as something other than the realm of fine or high art. In the words of the art historian Jenny Sorkin, textiles have, quote, functioned as a material stand-in for otherness, specifically race, class, and gender. This condition of being other and undecidable, beyond obvious categorization, neither inside nor outside, and of overshooting the borders between genres, certainly seems to find expression in Gill's textiles, where threads quite literally extend beyond the borders of the cloth. On a recent visit to the Whitworth Art Gallery in Manchester, I was able to look very closely at the Madge Gill textile piece in the gallery's collection. This particular piece is stitched with predominantly mustard yellow, brown, and olive green threads, amongst other colours. Its shape is very irregular, long and thin. We were speculating that Gill might possibly have worn it as a scarf or a stole, or somehow wrapped it around her. Looking through a magnifying glass at the back of the work, it's possible to see that the ground cloth is a natural coloured woven cotton or linen with thin blue stripes running through it. This kind of ticking striped cloth is commonly used as furniture fabric. Gill's stitches run in all directions, though, weaving themselves over, across, and into these thin blue lines, covering them entirely for the majority of the length of the piece. She appears to have worked without a plan or design, allowing the needle and thread to guide her in its journeys across the surface, up and down, back and forth. Of course, this condition of crossing lines and transgressing borders also has metaphorical, psychological connotations. Psychoanalysis has taught us that our sense of self, our ego or subjecthood, develops through the mapping of boundaries between the self and the other. The artist Louise Bourgeois studied psychoanalytic theory, as well as undertaking analysis herself for many years as a patient. When she started to make stitched and stuffed textile works in the 1990s, Bourgeois spoke about the magic power of the needle as a tool for both material and emotional repair. Like Madge Gill, Bourgeois suffered from trauma-related anxieties and insomnia. Both artists drew and stitched, we hear, through the night. Bourgeois, however, made her name as an avant-garde artist in the New York art scene of the 1960s, and she came to even greater prominence in her later years. Madge Gill did not have access to such structures of art world power and connection during her lifetime. If she was using a needle as a psychological tool, it wasn't to make self-reflexive art about the idea of reparation, as Bourgeois did. Neither de Gill's textiles resemble darned or obviously repaired items. I'd say that they're not so much threadbare as thread-laden, in fact. And whilst this in itself does not mean that stitching couldn't have been reparative for her, it's not necessarily an interpretation that we could take directly from the work themselves. So having ruled out decoration or the decorative, the useful, or reparation, the reparative, as truly appropriate descriptors for these enigmatic textiles, how then might we find an appropriate way to understand them? Returning to Edward Russell Westwood's photographs, a black and white image shows Madge Gill at home working on a densely stitched textile piece on the left. She's wearing a different silk dress or blouse this time, suggesting that the photographer may have visited her on more than one occasion. In the same series of photographs, she's also shown working on a drawing on the right. In the first picture, she's wearing metal frame spectacles and appears to be fully absorbed in her work of stitching. The millions of stitches that cover the cloth over the lower half of the photograph stretch towards the camera like an undulating terrain, increasingly out of its range of focus as it reaches towards the bottom right corner. Again, we don't see the subject's lower body. It's almost as if she's sitting up in bed, covered by a quilt or blanket, rather than quietly embroidering in her living room. Nothing about this image suggests that Gill had a hard life. She seems calm and composed, quietly working away with her hands. A further photograph, which I've scanned, I'm afraid, from a book, so this is what's happening in the centre, shows a close-up detail of those hands in the act of stitching. In her right hand, she holds a dirty, rusty-looking needle, which is pulling a thick, dark thread of wool or cotton through to the front of the work. In this photo, we can see the dirt beneath Gill's fingernails, the cuts and calluses on her fingertips, and we can see a joint swollen by arthritis and age, which is just cut off at the top of the picture there. The hands sit in contrast to the swirling riot of colours and shapes stitched into the cloth, full of energy and impact and life. It's likely that Gill would have seen this contrast as evidence that she was simply channeling the work of her spirit guide, mediating between one world or another. It's possible even to speculate that her textile pieces in some way translate further the visions shown in her drawings, putting them into stitches. Was she moving between one medium to another, from drawing to stitching, in order to get closer to representing something that she'd experienced in her head? Russell Watson's photographs of Gill in the garden show her and Lawrence hanging up the drawing Karma, which stretches over an 11-metre length of calico. Using woven cloth instead of paper to draw on was likely the only way that she could extend her drawings to such lengths. The cloth could then be rolled or folded flat for storage. But aside from such pragmatic concerns, it would also have enabled the world she drew to wrap around her living space or her garden, to populate it fully with the faces she saw, so that the external reflected the internal. I'd like to just compare these photographs of Madge Gill to a photograph of another untrained textile artist, Judith Scott, who was born with Down syndrome and became deaf as a result of scarlet fever in infancy. This particular photograph of Scott was taken in 1999 by the Californian photographer Leon Borenstein. In contrast to Russell Westwood's images of Madge Gill, Scott is not captured at work. Instead, we see her embracing her thread-bound form in a hug, wrapping her arm around it and nuzzling her face into the threads. In the introduction to her book, Touching Feeling, the theorist Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick highlights the power of this photograph to convey what she, as a writer, cannot put into words. For me, she states, to experience a subject-object distance from this image is no more plausible than to envision such a relation between Scott and her work. She and her creation here present themselves to one another with equally expansive welcome. Through their closeness, the sense of sight is seen to dissolve in favour of that of touch. End quote. In other words, Scott knows herself through the objects she creates and embraces. The subject and the object are not distinct, but merged together through the act of creation and through touch. Scott knows herself, the world, and her work primarily through touching, feeling, through a haptic absorption, not simply through visual recognition, and definitely not through language to which she didn't have access. For Kosofsky-Sedgwick, the artist's relationship with this sculptural form is both consoling and triumphant. Scott embraces her work as a precious gift. She's not necessarily defined only by what she lacks, but by the skills she has honed with her remaining senses. With their ability to soften, to wrap, to comfort, and to hold, textiles engage that sense of touch, the haptic register. In English, the words touching and feeling refer to both the tactile and the emotional. Perhaps then, Madge Gill was also drawn to the haptic, affective nature of threads. Perhaps she found comfort in spreading her rugs or whatever they are over her laps, whilst sewing her many, many stitches. In this sense, Gill's work is not necessarily raw, as de Buffet would have it, but actually, I would say, sophisticated in its ability to channel the emotional haptic registers. It is touching in both senses of the word. Through mediating less rational states of being, and through touch and feeling, she was able to articulate tacit forms of knowledge. By this, I mean that she expressed her lived experience through her hands, not through necessarily learned skills or intellect alone. In an increasingly inclusive and expansive art world, we are only now coming to appreciate that contribution that she made as an artist. No longer merely an outsider to canonical art history, Madge Gill has rightly found her place as an artist who fully presented her extraordinary insights and embraced her own creative potential. The more I think about what it took to make those textile pieces, the millions of times the needle punctured the cloth and she had to pull it through, the act of stitching and sitting with them spread across her lap, the more I realised that Gill was repairing herself. By burying herself in stitches, she could obliterate the world of the orderly, the categories into which she didn't fit and which didn't serve her. She could cover the neat parallel lines with riotous colour. She could create herself and her surroundings anew. And that, surely, is the power and legacy of her textile art. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Anne, pela sua contribuição. Acho que na sequência da sua apresentação, posso então já trazer uma pergunta que está relacionada à prática têxtil da Madge Gill, que inclusive também pode ser, na sequência, respondida pela própria Sophie, que também se debruçou sobre esse assunto. Mas como essas obras têxteis vieram à tona apenas recentemente, em 2018, de que maneira elas alteram ou ampliam a compreensão da prática artística da Madge Gill como um todo? Elas desafiam interpretações anteriores sobre a sua obra ou elas revelam aspectos, até mesmo aspectos do seu processo e de suas preocupações que antes haviam passado despercebidas? Como vocês veem isso, né? E também como isso se relaciona com outras obras, né? Não, também como isso se relaciona com outras obras. É muito interessante ouvir quando você fala da opção pelo tecido calicô como uma forma também de expandir a escala desses desenhos.
Yes, thank you. It's a really interesting question. I mean, in fact, there were textile pieces that existed. For example, the dress in the collection of de Buffet's collection of Art Brut in Lausanne. The pieces that came to light more recently were those smaller pieces that I was looking at when they came into the gallery in Walthamstow, the William Morris Gallery, that Sophie had found out about and put in her amazing exhibition. So it was a real privilege to kind of see those things and to be one of the first people to be, in a way, kind of looking and feeling my way through them. So I really wanted to convey a sense of that in my talk. and trying to make sense of them. And I think that is a really important question, is how do they how does our knowledge of those change what we know and what we see and how we interpret the work of Madge Gill more generally? How does it change our view of the drawings, if at all? And I think there is a kind of a sense of her finding another medium to channel what she was experiencing or feeling, or, you know, we could say thinking, but it's not a kind of logical thought, but it's a way of kind of representing her inner world through a different medium, a different material. And she might have thought that she was making rugs, and I don't think that necessarily changes how I would interpret them. Still, you know, this is still a creation that is coming from her, that she felt kind of compulsive, a kind of compulsive energy to create and to make with her hands and with her inner vision. Yeah. Maybe Sophie has more thoughts about this.
Unfortunately, the translation, the interpretation wasn't working for me then, but I think I got the questions through
okay.
Anne. So I'm going to respond to what I think you're talking about, Anne, and then I'm just going to sign out and come back in. But I think in terms of what the textiles, looking at the textile pieces and the embroideries, and how that helps look at her other work and interpret her other work. I think, yeah, and I think what you're talking about in terms of like looking for another medium of how to express herself, and I think looking at that sense of almost like horror vacui, that feeling of like filling every space. I think whenever I look at the embroideries, something that I love about them is it's like so often she didn't tie off the edges and they just kind of flowed out across the ends. And I feel like that, and the same as the calico pieces, it's just like I think she just had a desire to fill the spaces and create work across spaces. Like, you know, she didn't want boundaries, you know, like she would just keep working. She'd want to fill the space she had. And I think the ideas that she had would just overflow over the edges. And I think that kind of speaks to what talent she had. And I really, really enjoyed your talk. And I think it's really exciting to think about when we first found these embroideries in 2018, 2019, there were only a few that were known in public collections, and then these came to light and have since been shown a couple of times. But then to hear you talk about them and just shine a light on them, and kind of for them to get the recognition I think they deserve for a really long time as like wonderful pieces of art that are part of her wider practice, I think that's a great opportunity. Thinking of like one thing I mentioned in my talk about when she showed her work when she was alive, when she exhibited, a lot of the time it was just cast aside, it was just left in piles on the floor because it wasn't seen as part of her body of work and artwork to be shown, you know, at the time, and you know, whether it was seen more of like craft work, you know, housewives' work at the time, and they just didn't put it on the same pedestal as they did her drawings. Yeah, I think it's a great moment to kind of look at her embroideries again and shine a light.
Completely agree.
So I can hear the interpretation. I'm just going to leave and come back really, really quickly.
Okay. So, Sophie, we got to translate the question, the next question.
Oh, great.
For
Okay.
you. So maybe we can just
we'll just
move
do that
on
then.
in English. And
Okay.
Madge Gill's creative impulse is often explained by a natural instinct, the need to process trauma or spiritual channeling, paths that suggest a state of trance or urgency. On the other hand, the physical execution of her drawings and embroideries reveals extremely detailed and meticulous manual work. And how does this level of rigorous technical control align with the idea of an urgent or uncontrollable impulse?
I think potentially there's something where they can go hand in hand. I don't know, I guess maybe she wouldn't have kept up a constant state of that the really heightened drawing impulse. But I think what she did find from the beginning was, I think within her creative output, I think she found a visual style which she almost, that continues throughout her whole practice, and you can kind of see it from the beginning to the end. And one thing that's difficult when you look at her work, when I've been to different collections to see her work, is that because she didn't really date it very often, it's actually very hard to date a lot of the time, because it's not like she went through eras necessarily of doing particular things, or it would evolve in a particular way. I think the themes within her work were quite consistent, and she knew, I think she did have a vision in her mind of what she wanted to create, but then I think there was, whether it was happening slowly or quickly or more considered some days and sometimes not, I think she followed just the instinctive mark making and line making that came to her in the moment. And I think you see that in both the drawings and the pattern making and the embroidery. I remember looking at the embroideries with you, Anne, when they came into the William Morris Gallery, and you had kind of noticed how they could kind of like warp in the middle. So it was almost like she was sat and she would start in the middle, kind of like on her knee, and by pulling it tighter and tighter, she wasn't really thinking about the whole piece. She was just carrying on with the next stitch and the next stitch and the next stitch. And I think that's something you can see throughout her work, really. I think, it's an interesting question, an interesting thought. I'm just trying to think how she created her work and the instinctive nature of it, because very rarely you would see like an outline that she would fill in afterwards. I think she very rarely would make a sketch of what it might be like and then fill it in. It feels like the line making, is very, very instinctive, the work. And I think that carried on throughout her practice across all mediums.
Anne, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I think it's this thing of just, kind of spreading across the space, just having this desire to kind of really, I keep coming back to the word obliterate, but to just absolutely like, yes, obliterate that thing which we might think of as the canvas or the background or the blank sheet of paper or the piece of cloth or whatever it would be. It's like she wouldn't stop until it was all covered, or and it is quite interesting, because it's like, is that a kind of instinctive or compulsive drive? I mean, probably yes, but at the same time, like, it's just so unusual. I think it's so distinctly her. It's such an unusual thing, really, for an artist to do that so absolutely, and for it to even spill right out beyond the edges. With the text, in the case of the textiles, that it's not fastened off. It's not in any way bound by those, that rectangular format, or by the shape of the strip of cloth or whatever. It really is trying to demonstrate this thing of like spreading out and not being contained. Yeah. That doesn't really answer the question. It's just the overwhelming feeling. I mean, we can only speculate. We don't really know, how she sat down to do this and what she had in her mind, or all we can do is look at the material and see where it takes us.
Another question that occurs to me, it's when Anne talks about how textile art is also a form of outsider art, and how, in a way, this practice has been marginalized for such a long time on art history, also covering gender issues and so many other reasons to overlook, some other reasons why this practice were overlooked for so many times. So I was wondering about how these different layers affected the way Madge Gill's work have been read for so many decades. So there is this biographical aspect, and the not just the trauma, but also the marks of being hospitalized, of being in a medical institution, for and how this affect the way the artist's work has been interpreted. And we also received a question from the public school teacher, and she is asking, well, as an art teacher, how can I approach the Madge Gill's work? And I also feel that this is a question for us as art historians as well. It's a challenge. So I don't know, considering these different layers, how do you think we can try some new ways of positioning her work on art history?
I think that's one of those beautiful books that was made for children, am I right? That is about Madge Gill's life and her art.
Yeah.
And they help to kind of find a way into talking about her. You know, but I think it's interesting, isn't it? I think a lot of what school curriculum sometimes might, well, I think actually things have moved on since I was at school. But I think that you know, it's far more diverse and more inclusive and more expansive, and the kinds of artists that you might learn about than it was when I was a child at school learning about art and about artists. It was quite limited. And so I think that actually artists like Madge Gill, but you could also be thinking about somebody like Louise Bourgeois or Judith Scott or Yayoi Kusama or other artists who are who have gone through trauma, who have had different mental health issues or whatever, and who use art practice, or have had in the past used a practice of making and creating to kind of channel that in the way that Jonathan was talking about, in a way that is also therapeutic. So that would be a thing that I think, you know, could be represented by thinking about Madge Gill, but could also broaden to include these other dialogues with other artists and other artists' works. And also to sort of say, you know, when you sit and doodle in the classroom, in a way, this is this can be interesting, you know, it can be something that we use to learn things about ourselves, that can reflect things about ourselves in the same way that we might think about our dreams or our memories, or, you know, that it can be a form of self-reflection, even if nobody else in the world ever sees what you produce. You know, art can still have that purpose.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think it is just, I think it'd be a difficult one to shy away from her, because obviously her story has themes within it which maybe children, you know, it wouldn't, not the time for them to engage with some of the themes until maybe they're slightly older. I don't know what age group we're talking about. But in terms of like the workshops I've been part of, you know, with teenagers and older, what I always find with Madge's work, even if you kind of don't go into, you know, lots of detail on her life story, but touch on, you know, ill health and loss, what I find often when an artist is there kind of introducing some, you know, creative techniques that kind of align with Madge Gill, looking at doodling or stitching at the same time, having those little touch points of things that she went through, and then making something next to someone else. So many times I've just found that people just start talking and opening up. And I think that's a really incredible thing. And it represents the power in Madge's work, that I think it helps people reflect on their own experiences and maybe process some things that they, you know, weren't thinking about before they sit down and start doodling and start making, and the mind can wander and work things out. And I've always found it kind of opens up some really interesting conversations with people, and yeah, can go, you know, take people on tangents they weren't expecting to.
I think we still have more time for a last question. At a moment when many contemporary artists are re-examining textile practice, alternative spiritualities, and non-academic modes of creation, what does Madge Gill's work continue to offer to contemporary discussions of authorship, gender, and artistic production?
I mean, that's a big question and lots to think about there. I think what Madge's work offers now and will continue to offer, and has done since she started making, is her ability to almost tap into like her innermost self, and she reflects her feelings and emotions, and she has the ability to convey that into the work that she makes. And I think that's why it's so powerful. I think, you know, you feel so much from her work, whether she's communicating some of the more difficult things that she was going through, and you see that in a lot of the faces, or, you know, I see a lot of like hope in her work with like the bright colours, and I feel like a lot of the embroidery as well. I think you can see like a real passion to like express herself. And I think what you mentioned earlier on about taking up space and her wanting to take up space, I think that's like, I haven't really thought about her work from that angle before, phrased in that way. And I feel like it makes quite a lot of sense when you kind of look at her upbringing and where she came from, and you know, talking to Madge's cousin, she talked about how, you know, Madge was raised in a foster home, but when she went to go and visit her biological family, they would often dress her in clothes that they had at their house. So it was almost like she wasn't just there as herself, she had this kind of costume on. And I think she experienced things like this throughout her life, where she struggled with her identity and where she came from. She didn't know her father. And then I think she found this output where she could totally express herself and be herself. And I think for many artists, that's working today, and probably what artists will always strive to do, is to try and connect with that and to be able to communicate that within their work.
Yeah, I agree. And also, I think she's a beautiful example of kind of just following a process, you know, just not having the rational mind kind of get in the way and stop you. A lot of artists are so conscious or self-conscious about what art is supposed to be, what they're supposed to be doing, you know, what kind of thing will make them popular, what will get seen. And there's this, I mean, and even more so in the age of social media, in a digital world where everything we do, you know, is kind of put out there from the minute that, you know, we almost get up in the morning, and there's always an audience, there's always a reception, there's always, we view ourselves through this sense of how we're seen. And I think to just kind of to look at an artist who was producing and producing and producing without necessarily having any sense particularly of that, or maybe that came in the ways that it came in its specific contexts of spiritualism and everything that Vivian really talked about. Maybe that was the context that she was speaking to. But certainly I think with the stitching, I just think she just did it because she wanted to do it. You know, it's just like, actually, it's a big reminder that you don't need an audience for something to exist, or to be a process that you want to do or be involved in. All you need to do is to kind of go with that gut feeling and really go with it. So it's like the opposite of self-inhibition. And we could all learn a lot from that, I think.
Before wrapping up, would you like to add something, or maybe if you have questions for each other, since you have been dialoguing about Madge Gill's work for some time?
I think I would just say that I found it really interesting to listen to all the different talks, and, you know, each having a slightly different perspective, but there being quite a lot of overlap in what the different speakers were saying, and yet coming to it from a different angle. It's been really interesting to listen to, so thank you for that.
Yeah, I totally agree with Anna. I think it's been a really fascinating day of talks, and I'm really interested to see, or really looking forward to see how the exhibition, you know, evolves from this point, and how it all comes together. And just thanks so much for inviting me to be part of it.
And thank you both for taking part in our seminar. Queria, antes de encerrar esse seminário, queria agradecer todas as equipes envolvidas na organização desse seminário no MASP, também a todos os palestrantes que estiveram aqui, apresentaram suas contribuições hoje, e também lembrar que esse seminário continuará depois disponível no canal do MASP no YouTube, então também poderá ser acessado depois. E agradecer a presença de todas as pessoas que compareceram aqui hoje conosco. Muito obrigada e boa tarde.